The King's Avatar audiobook by Kevin Chapter 1321. Flash past that shield translator. Namiyami editor. Namiyami, a 26-round win streak was crazy. When that win streak would end was undoubtedly on everyone's mind. The outstanding player who could break that win streak would look extremely amazing too. As a result, as long as it was Happy's away game, the home crowd would always hold high expectations for their home team, hoping that they would be the ones to end this legendary record. Tiny Herb's fans were no exception. After Su Bin's name showed up on the big screen, the crowd immediately let out wild cheers. It was truly rare to have such excitement for the individual competition. The excitement was all because of Ye Xiu and that ridiculous win streak of his. Amidst the cheers, Su Bin stood up and walked onto the stage. On the other side, his opponent Ye Xiu had already entered his player booth. The home team Tiny Herb held the right to choose the map, and they naturally wouldn't give Ye Xiu the simple maps that he liked. Corrupt Flower Garden. Flowers, plants, rock gardens, fountains, pavilions, and winding corridors. A map with plenty of substance. Tiny Herb had chosen this map to counter Ye Xiu's playstyle. The match began, and the two characters spawned. Having chosen this map, Su Bin had a strategic opening planned out. Su Bin had Angelica take a roundabout route along the left path. He borrowed the rocks in the rock garden as footing and jumped a few times onto the top of a pavilion. The map wasn't very large. This high point allowed him to oversee the entire map. Su Bin looked around and easily found Lord Grimm's whereabouts. It looked like Ye Xiu didn't mind playing tactics on this map with his opponent. Lord Grimm was also taking a roundabout path at the opposite end of the map. When Su Bin located him, Ye Xiu also noticed Angelica on top of a pavilion. The two sides had both found each other, making their next moves more difficult to figure out. Su Bin had Angelica continue standing on top of the pavilion and observed Ye Xiu's movements. Then, he saw Ye Xiu have Lord Grimm run towards him. We're just going to end up fighting like this. Wouldn't that mean their strategic movements had been for nothing? Neither player would hold any advantage. In the broadcast room, the caster and two commentators were starting to discuss this question. Su Bin holds the initiative. There's no way he didn't think that his actions would also expose himself. Perhaps that was even his goal, Ryuan Cheng expressed. Lord Grimm is closing in. Right now, Angelica is already in Lord Grimm's attack range. It's just that Lord Grimm hasn't started attacking yet, Pan Lin said. Lord Grimm rushed towards Angelica, but Angelica just stood there and didn't run. Lord Grimm wasn't just charging in blindly. He suddenly stopped. And at that instant, Angelica's feet had started shifting slightly. But after he saw Lord Grimm stop, he also stopped. This distance. The three in the broadcast room began analyzing Lord Grimm's sudden halt. He's outside the range of a knight's heroic leap. The three looked over the two characters' skills and quickly came to that conclusion. Oh, heroic leap is that much of a threat, Pan Lin said. For a player who can seize opportunities, it's quite a threat, Ryuan Cheng said. However, Ye Xiu seems to have noticed this point, Li Yibo said. The two really aren't budging an inch, Pan Lin sighed. At this moment, Lord Grimm stood just outside of Angelica's maximum range and confidently started casting a spell. Angelica still didn't move. This distance wasn't too close for a magic spell, and Su Bin figured he would have time to react when the spell came out. Blizzard. Lord Grimm casted a blizzard. Hail and snowflakes crashed down. Angelica stepped to the side and dodged it. He wouldn't be hit by this sort of skill. Lord Grimm casted two more spells, a magic one and a curse. Su Bin simply had Angelica dodge them without any intentions of counter-attacking. Su Bin is starting his grind, Li Yibo said. Pan Lin had a headache. Su Bin's slow grind was difficult to cast. He was just dodging Lord Grimm's low-threat spells right now, but no one knew what his purpose was. You're not planning on coming down, Ye Xiu spoke. There's no rush, Su Bin replied. Then I'll come up, Ye Xiu said. Sure, Su Bin happily accepted. As a result, Lord Grim opened up his myriad manifestations umbrella. The umbrella's ribs flipped outwards and started whirring. Lord Grim floated up with a rotor wings. Fly. Lord Grim suddenly rose to the skies. Ye Xiu watched Angelica's movements closely. He moved. Ye Xiu said he would come up, and he really did, but suddenly Angelica came down. Heroic leap. Su Bin had Angelica use heroic leap. As Angelica jumped up, he slashed down with his knight's sword. However, there was still some distance between him and Lord Grim. Ye Xiu was using rotor wings, and he wasn't going to crash into the attack. Angelica crashed to the ground. The shockwaves from heroic leap carried a force that flattened the surroundings. Angelica suddenly waved his hands towards Lord Grim, taunt. Lord Grim wasn't able to control himself and headed straight for Angelica. However, he had already let out an attack. Taunt didn't stop the target from attacking. Angelica lifted his left hand. The sighing wall, the sturdiest shield in all of glory, welcomed Lord Grim's incoming attack. Defend to attack, Yuan Cheng said. Defense is the offense. Li Yibo remarked. Having been taunted, Lord Grim didn't seem to have any choices. He could only crash into the shield. Shields didn't fear attacks. After blocking Lord Grim, Angelica could immediately counterattack. Chance. Countless people shouted, but Lord Grim's myriad manifestations umbrella also opened. Shield versus shield. Suddenly, everyone was uncertain. Shield against shield. Neither side would take much damage, and the advantage of attacking after shielding no longer belonged to just Su Bin. Everything had been reset to 0. The two shields crashed against each other. Lord Grim had come from the air, so he had plenty of momentum. But in terms of shield strength, the myriad manifestations umbrella was just a light shield. It couldn't compare at all to Glory's #1 shield, sighing wall. Shield attack. Angelica also used an attack. The umbrella shield was no match. Lord Grim crashed into the shield and hung in the air, but then he immediately poofed into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone technique. Angelica only hit a fake clone. The real body had flashed past the shield and was now in front of Angelica. Ye Xiu didn't care about the control effects of taunt. He actually wanted to get closer to the target. As a result, he just took advantage of Angelica taunting him. Falling light blade. The sword was placed beside his feet, falling directly onto Angelica. The attack forced him back. However, the knockdown from falling light blade wasn't enforced. It could be teched with a quick recover. However, Su Bin unexpectedly did not quick recover and just fell to the ground. Beautiful. What precise judgment, Yuan Cheng sighed. After Lord Grim's falling light blade, a sword draw followed. If Angelica had quick recovered, the sword draw would have perfectly hit him. Who would have thought that Angelica would just fall like a corpse? The sword light from the sword draw brushed past him. After dodging the attack, Angelica immediately rolled to the side, his shield in front of him. Too slow, Li Yibo shouted. Su Bin's judgment had been accurate, but his reaction had been a tad slow. Even with the shield protecting him, Ye Xiu still held the initiative. After rolling to the side, Su Bin should have immediately counter-attacked. But Lord Grim didn't seize this opportunity to attack. A cold light streaked across Angelica's sighing wall. He activated Maelstrom counterattack. Li Yibo suddenly understood. No wonder he didn't counterattack. No wonder Lord Grim didn't continue attacking. Angelica had activated Maelstrom attack, which reflected all incoming attacks back to the opponent. Slow has always been Su Bin's strength, Yuan Cheng smiled. Li Yibo felt his face turn red. He couldn't dispute that. Su Bin's previous 2 responses had displayed his slow characteristic. Ye Xiu's offense has been interrupted, Pan Lin noted. Correct. By not quick recovering and then activating Maelstrom counterattack, he's forced the pace to slow down. Ye Xiu couldn't even start his offense before being pressed down, Yuan Cheng said. He was overjoyed and happy with the disadvantage. However, he couldn't go overboard on the surface. Even though he had showed his bias, he had to display calmness. He couldn't be like, haha, it turns out you couldn't do it. Instead, it should be, haha, I knew you couldn't do it. Is that so? Li Yibo suddenly chuckled. The Lord Grim in front of Angelica suddenly disappeared. No, not disappear. To be more precise, he had disappeared from Angelica's view. Lord Grim flickered and hid using Angelica's sighing wall as cover. Su Bin hastily lowered Angelica's sighing wall, but he still couldn't see Lord Grim. Lord Grim had crouched down along with his shield's movements. Su Bin had sighing wall move horizontally, but in that instant Lord Grim flashed in the opposite direction of sighing wall's movement. Movement skill. He's passed, Pan Lin shouted. Lord Grim circled behind sighing wall and started sending attacks towards Angelica. Lord Grim juked sighing wall like a football player, Pan Lin called out. Haha, little Pan, that's an interesting comparison. According to you, Lord Grim hiding using the shield and crouching were all feints. Li Yibo laughed. Haha, that's an interesting way to put it, Pan Lin praised back. The two old partners commentated excitedly. On the other hand, Ryuan Cheng was feeling gloomy. Even though he hadn't dared to favor Ye Xiu's opponent in this match, he had truly hoped someone could bring down this record. Happy having such a show-off achievement was truly annoying. But it's probably not going to be this one. After Lord Grim flashed past sighing wall, Angelica was now completely exposed in front of Lord Grim. The unspecialized blitz began. Countless skills poured down on him, and sighing wall was unable to protect him. This situation, it looks like even Su Bin isn't able to slow it down, Pan Lin said. He can't. Li Yibo didn't speak at first. He saw as Angelica tried to slow things down, but Lord Grim used a movement skill to directly move behind the attack and then dealt the final blow. The win streak continued. Chapter 1322 Together on the Battlefield for the First Time. Chapter 1322 Together on the Battlefield for the First Time. Translator, Namiyami Editor, Namiyami 1-0, 26 consecutive victories. Ye Xiu's record, still yet to be broken, reached a new high. Pan Lin and Li Yibo relished in the feeling as they discussed. To the side, Ryuan Cheng chuckled along once or twice, in a sour mood. The second battle of the individual round. Happy Kaio Yifan, 1-inch ash. Tiny herb Gao Yingji kind tree. When the screen displayed the names of the next two players, these players preparing to go on stage were both stunned, and each instinctively turned to look toward the opposing team's player area. In Team Tiny Herb they had been the closest of partners. But one was in the sky, and one remained on the ground. Kaio Yifan had always looked up to Gao Yingji, admiring his talent, envying the attention and hope he received from the team. In comparison, Kaio Yifan had never been clear what kind of player he himself would turn out to be. Gao Yingji had always known Kaio Yifan's situation, and he very much wanted to help him, but he didn't know how. When the team announced that the team was letting go of Kaio Yifan, Gao Yingji mustered his courage to find Captain Wang Jixi, but the answer he received was, the team doesn't need him. The answer was somewhat cold but very honest. Gao Yingji understood that this wasn't a game of house. The team didn't need him. There was no reason better than this. In Tiny Herb, the team was everything. If the team didn't have the need, then even someone with hundreds of talents and thousands of skills wouldn't have any reason to remain. Even Wang Jixi, with all his strength, had to change his own style for the sake of his team. What player had the right to place themselves above the team? And so this pair of good friends went their separate ways, each taking their own road to glory. In the next season, Gao Yingji became part of Tiny Herb's main force and was voted into the All-Stars. His stardom was immeasurable. Kaio Yifan, meanwhile, joined Happy, this internet cafe team, and charged through the obstacles of the Challenger League. They both paid attention to the other's performance, noticed the other's growth, and felt joy when the other achieved results. In the end, Happy won the Challenger League and made it to the Professional Alliance. They once again met. But this time, they were no longer teammates but opponents. In round 8, Happy played their home game against Tiny Herb. Kyo Yifen had played in the individual competition against Tiny Herb's Ghostblade player Zhou Yebai. He'd won that match and proved himself, and with his new technique, he'd earned a lot of attention. Gao Yingji's feelings were complicated. On one hand, he was extremely happy to see Kyo Yifen's current strength, but on the other, Kyo Yifen was now an opponent, and his success had brought failure to Tiny Herb. And now, they themselves were about to decide who would win and who would lose. After they shared a glance, the two of them turned away, each taking firm steps onto the stage. Pan Lin and Li Yibo were also introducing these two with great interest. Kyo Yifen is a former player of Tiny Herb, entering the team at the same time as Gao Yingji. I heard their relationship at the time was very good, Pan Lin said. Compared to Gao Yingji's, Kyo Yifen's professional career has been much bumpier. In only 3 years, he's probably tasted warmth and coldness that many people haven't. A benchwarmer, eventually let go, joining the internet cafe team Happy when he had nowhere else to go, taking on the Challenger League, then returning to the Pro Alliance, and it looks like he might even make it into the playoffs. Who knows, maybe he'll even play in the finals, Li Yibo said. Haha, I agree with everything else, but maybe his luck was joining the internet cafe team Happy when he had nowhere else to go, Pan Lin said. Who would have thought that this internet cafe team could get results like this? Li Yibo laughed. Ahaha. Ryu and Cheng continued to laugh dryly to the side. Happy's current 1-0 lead prevented him from expressing his opinions. He was looking forward to Happy losing a match quickly, so that he could talk about the reasons why Happy wasn't a good team. Kyo Yifen, Gao Yingji, Ryu and Cheng felt that his chance was here. Gao Yingji had always been called a prodigy, and now he was already an all-star level player. And Kyo Yifen, a player that had been let go by Tiny Herb, he'd found a position for himself with his own strength. But the natural difference between him and Gao Yingji perhaps couldn't be closed by just hard work. After all, the prodigy Gao Yingji had also been working hard all this time. The match began, and the two characters loaded in on opposite corners of the map. We finally have the chance to stand on stage together. A message soon appeared in the match chat. The first to speak was Gao Yingji. Yes, Kyo Yifen answered. The last time their teams had fought, both of them had appeared in the individual competition, but they'd missed each other. In the team competition after, Kyo Yifen hadn't been on the roster. This was indeed the first time the two of them had met on stage. But it's a shame, we're standing as opponents now, Gao Yingji said. Before, when Kyo Yifen had still been part of Tiny Herb, these two friends often talked about how they'd coordinate if they were ever on stage together, and they'd even done quite a bit of practice for it. But because Kyo Yifen never had the chance to appear on stage, the two had never been able to partner during an official match. And today, the two finally stood together on stage, but unfortunately people changed, and the combinations they'd practiced could no longer be used. The two were now opponents. Only one would be allowed to remain standing here. Good luck, go all out, Kyo Yifen said. I will, Gao Yingji said solemnly. He was no longer that timid youth from before. His two hands controlled the keyboard and mouse without hesitation, and Kind Tree rushed forward. Kyo Yifen's 1-inch ash had already advanced as well. This map choice leaned toward Ye Xiu's preferences. It didn't have too many complex features. Soon, the two sides appeared in each other's views. In this situation where there was no cover and they were meeting directly, a phantom demon couldn't let the opponent get too close. Setting ghost boundaries required casting, and if someone was fighting them at close range, there would be no time to cast. The power of the ghost blade would shrink at least 70%. Of course, Gao Yingji would know this piece of glory common sense. As soon as he spotted 1-inch ash, he was already preparing to attack. A phantom demon prevented the opponent from closing in by using ghost boundaries, but a witch had mid-range attacks, and to a certain extent could disrupt the opponent's casting. But so early, commentator Pan Lin shouted. At this moment, although both sides had appeared in each other's view, they were still far from being within attack range. But Kyo Yifen's 1-inch ash had already stopped moving forward and begun the casting for ghost boundaries. Isn't he being a bit too careful? Pan Lin said. By now, the casting was complete. Kind Tree was still relatively far away, so of course he wasn't affected. 1-inch ash had cast a dark boundary, which would put a blind effect with 100% probability on anyone who entered it. This boundary wasn't placed at the limit of 1-inch ash's range, but slightly closer to himself. Once he set this boundary, 1-inch ash continued to charge forward. In the blink of an eye, he had taken a few more steps, but then he stopped again and once again began to summon a ghost boundary. Whoa! When Li Yibo saw how Gao Yingji's kind tree had to circle around the dark boundary, he suddenly understood the meaning behind Kyo Yifen's placing the ghost boundary early. Even though a witch could ride a broom to fly, a ghost boundary's effects extended to the air above it. The area covered by this dark boundary instantly became a forbidden zone. By setting one here, Kind Tree was forced to go around, which increased the distance he needed to travel. And at this moment, 1-inch ash set his second ghost boundary. Ice boundary. Another ghost boundary blocked Kind Tree's way. This new boundary bordered the edge of the dark boundary. There was no overlap, so the total area that these two boundaries could restrict was maximized. Was the third ghost boundary on its way as well? Seeing 1-inch ashes begin the movements of another cast, Kind Tree swept his sleeve and sent stars flying out. Star Ray. The stars became a ray of light shooting toward 1-inch ash, who dodged to the side. At last, his third ghost boundary summon was interrupted. Lightning chain. Kind Tree once again waved his hand in the air, and a chain of flashing lightning fell towards 1-inch ash. Many of a witch's skills used all sorts of strange magic items, and so most skills didn't have cast times. This was a big advantage for this class, and it was for this reason that Wang Jixi could have his fast-paced, volatile, illusory magician style. Gao Yingji hadn't copied Wang Jixi's style, but he took advantage of this speciality of the witch class. 2 magic items in a row, both mid-range attacks, prevented 1-inch ash from finding the time to cast boundaries. Kind Tree, attacking and running at the same time, was already almost past the boundaries. But 1-inch ash wasn't just waiting where he stood, either. As he dodged these attacks, he was also changing position, and as Kind Tree circled around counterclockwise, 1-inch ash headed counterclockwise as well. The ghost boundary between them prevented Kind Tree from rushing toward him directly. But a ghost boundary had a set duration. It couldn't last forever. Gao Yingji paid close attention to 1-inch ash's movements. He couldn't let him have another chance to cast. But the issue was, even though witches had the great advantage of not having to cast, they were also limited in range with their attacks from magic items. 1-inch ash suddenly jumped back a few steps. As soon as Gao Yingji saw this, he knew that he had retreated out of Kind Tree's attack range. And then he calmly began another cast. Yet another ghost boundary appeared in front of Kind Tree. Helpless, Gao Yingji could only control his character to stop in his tracks. Silence boundary. A character within this boundary would have all of their skills sealed. This effect was undoubtedly deadly in a high-level professional match. Kind Tree was again forced to go around the boundary. Kyo Yifen's control is excellent, but if he's playing like this, he's putting himself on the defensive side from the start. Ryu and Cheng finally found the opportunity to give some critique, and of course as soon as he opened his mouth he pointed out Happy's shortcomings. He might first want to establish the balance of the match and then find an opportunity. Otherwise, how would he fight? If Gao Yingji's kind tree directly got into close range, then he'd lose this match immediately. The current situation is pretty good. Given the characteristics of these two classes, it's not a surprise that the Phantom Demon is more on the defensive, no. So that's to say, the plan of putting the Phantom Demon in the individual round is a bit hard to understand, Yuan Cheng said. Ye Xiu was speechless. At this point, he was just using whatever he could find to criticize Happy. Everyone in Glory knew that Yuan Cheng was a stubborn Happy hater. Chapter 1323, A Taste of Victory That Can't Be Shared. Chapter 1323, A Taste of Victory That Can't Be Shared. Translator, Namiyami Editor. Namiyami. It was true that a Phantom Demon had greater use in the team competition, but using that to say that their 1v1 strength was weak was just nonsense. Perhaps many ordinary players would think this way, but that was only because it was harder to play Phantom Demon in a 1v1. Also, the map that Tiny Herb had chosen for this individual battle wasn't good for a Phantom Demon to reach full potential. Yet even under these conditions, Caio Yifan was still able to place his ghost boundaries very well, preventing Gao Yingji from launching effective attacks. This was something that should be acknowledged with certainty. To emphasize losing the initiative, that was very much nitpicking. Yuan Cheng of course knew all of this, but right now, he was going to point out Happy's flaws no matter what. In his opinion, the chances of Happy winning this match were very low, a skill level that couldn't compete with the opposing talent. The difficulty of playing Phantom Demon in a 1v1. The map disadvantages. With so many weaknesses, how could Happy not lose? Caio Yifan's performance right now was much stronger than Yuan Cheng had anticipated. But just to maintain the balance of the situation, Caio Yifan had already sacrificed a lot. And Gao Yingji, he was merely saving his strength and biding his time. As soon as Caio Yifan left an opening, he would instantly launch a powerful offensive. Hurry, hurry and make a mistake, Yuan Cheng shouted in his heart. But as he shouted, he watched as the ghost boundaries bloomed on the battlefield, like an endless river blocking the way between 1-inch ash and kind tree. Yuan Cheng was beginning to pale, saving strength and biding time. Things weren't that simple. In order to force Caio Yifan to move so carefully and meticulously, Gao Yingji couldn't be careless with his own movements either. He too needed to make decisions and plays with care and precision. Kind Tree's positioning, Kind Tree's long-range attacks, they were all trying to break Caio Yifan's rhythm. Even though Caio Yifan was on the defensive, he used his defense to attack. The rhythm of this battle was firmly in his control. I've always thought that Happy's Caio Yifan is a player that has been underestimated, Li Yibo exclaimed. But if he just continues to defend like this, will he be able to win this match? Pan Lin brought up the key question. Even though Caio Yifan could use his defense offensively, controlling the battle tempo, his 1-inch ash hadn't used any attacks at all. There was no way he could win this match if he continued like this. Li Yibo furrowed his brow. Caio Yifan himself must realize this issue, right? But he was still working hard to maintain this current situation. What was his plan? At this moment, Yuan Cheng suddenly shouted, "A mistake!" For Yuan Cheng to become this excited, of course it was a mistake from Caio Yifan. Because he was just a hair slower in setting them this time, there was a gap in the seamlessly linked ghost boundaries, and Gao Yingji immediately seized this opening. Before the ghost boundaries could block him, Kind Tree called forth a tornado and flew close to the ground toward 1-inch ash. Just like I said, Caio Yifan's defensive strategy here isn't a method of victory. As soon as there's a slight opening, Gao Yingji can seize it immediately, Yuan Cheng said gleefully, flapping his mouth without end. Pan Lin and Li Yibo felt sympathy for Caio Yifan, but because Yuan Cheng wasn't without reason, they couldn't just begin arguing with him on air. Kind Tree traversed the blockade of ghost boundaries, a handful of frost powder already scattered on his weapon. 1-inch ash, however, was rolling to the side. This was a very simple map without many features, but it still had some. 1-inch ash's roll took him behind a crumbling stone pillar, and when he crouched down, the boulder shielded his entire body. This is Gao Yingji's heart jumped. After Caio Yifan used the map features for cover, he instantly noticed something about this surrounding region. Something's wrong. Gao Yingji immediately controlled Kind Tree to throw a lava flask. The flask shattered against the ground, and the lava within burst forth to cover the area, including the area where 1-inch ash was hiding. But just before the lava reached 1-inch ash, swordlight flashed from behind the pillar and a ghost boundary landed first. As expected, seeing the ghost boundary land, Gao Yingji didn't even need to think before controlling Kind Tree to rush in a specific direction. "Beautiful," Li Yibo shouted, but this shout wasn't praising Gao Yingji's smart reaction. When that ghost boundary appeared, the situation on the battlefield suddenly became clear. 1-inch ash's earlier setup, along with this ghost boundary just now, was squeezing Kind Tree into a small area. That ghost boundary that had been thought to be a blunder absolutely wasn't one. That had been bait. Caio Yifan had seen that there was cover here and knew that he had the chance to cast a ghost boundary. Gao Yingji must have realized this after coming over from far away and seeing 1-inch ash's actions. But unfortunately, Kind Tree's lava flask had arrived just a bit too late. The ghost boundary landed first. Helpless, Gao Yingji could only control Kind Tree to go to the position where Caio Yifan wanted him. The damage that this lava flask caused 1-inch ash now was negligible. Li Yibo glanced at Ryuan Cheng and felt delighted. Face slapping. What familiar face slapping. But before, the one who had been hit over and over was himself. Today, it was finally someone else's turn. With this guy here as contrast, Li Yibo could appear extremely wise and insightful even if he said nothing. Initially, Li Yibo had been rather irritated at this extra invited guest commentator. But now, he was glad that Ryuan Cheng was here, setting off all these traps so that Li Yibo didn't have to take any damage. Ryuan Cheng's expression was extremely ugly right now, but the battle still hadn't ended. What would happen next? Li Yibo and Ryuan Cheng were both experts, and so now that the battle had reached this point, both could tell what was the crucial point. Now, Caio Yifan needed to cast one more ghost boundary to completely trap Kind Tree within. But he was currently in the middle of an expanse of lava, and the sustained damage was preventing him from casting. If he tried to face Kind Tree directly, he would also be interrupted for sure. Cover. 1-inch ash still needed some cover, and so everyone's gazes swept around these ruins to another worn-down pillar that was 8 units away from 1-inch ash's current position. Caio Yifan must have studied and prepared all this beforehand. He's really extremely thorough with his planning, Pan Lin said, when the television broadcast focused in on this critical position. His earlier usage of ghost boundaries to maintain the balance of the situation was probably to buy time so he could look for an area on the map where he could develop his strategy. This map definitely isn't an easy one for him, Li Yibo said neutrally. He then prompted Ryuan Cheng with a look that said, "What do you think?" Ryuan Cheng cursed in his heart. Li Yibo's words just now were basically face-slapping him. Seeing how Gao Yingji so decisively avoided the ghost boundary, I think he's already seen through Caio Yifan's strategy. 8 units. Will Gao Yingji give him that opportunity? Ryuan Cheng still lifted up Gao Yingji. As the three of them were discussing, 1-inch ash suddenly rushed out, targeting that pillar that stood 8 body lengths away. But Gao Yingji's Kind Tree was a step faster. He threw a floating blue cloud of something toward that broken pillar, and very quickly, dark clouds formed above the pillar, and thin shards of blue raindrops emitting a cold energy began raining down. Hail! Gao Yingji wasn't going to compete with 1-inch ash in a foot race, nor did he want to try and take him head-on. He just tossed out this skill. The pillar could still serve as cover, but because the hail would cause sustained damage, 1-inch Ash could no longer duck behind it and cast. But to everyone's surprise, Caio Yifen's 1-inch Ash only took 3 steps in that direction. Before those blue raindrops had even hit the ground, he had already turned back the way he came. 1-inch Ash actually returned to the pillar he'd been hiding behind earlier. The lava was right under his feet, but no skill's effects lasted forever. Just as 1-inch Ash hid himself again, the crimson lava on the ground was already dimming, hardening into still rock. Not good. Gao Yingji had only just finished casting hail. He hadn't expected that Caio Yifen had merely rushed out as a diversion. Panicking, he immediately controlled Kind Tree to use another attack. But even though the witch class had many instant cast skills, there was still a time delay between throwing a magic tool and its effect activation. This bit of time was enough for 1-inch Ash to lay down another ghost boundary. Star Refraction. By the time Kind Tree reached an angle where he could hit his target with these star cards that turned into magic rays flying toward 1-inch Ash, the new ghost boundary had already landed. This time, Kind Tree had nowhere to run. The ghost boundaries that 1-inch Ash had placed one after another now linked into a huge formation, trapping Kind Tree within. 1-inch Ash stood forward. For a phantom demon, trapping the opponent within your own linked ghost boundaries was already winning half the battle. Caio Yifen didn't hold back against his good friend. He meticulously controlled his character, summoning new ghost boundaries to perfect the arrangement. At this point, even though there were openings in his casting, he no longer needed to find some pathetic cover on this map. His own ghost boundaries finally became his most reliable and complete cover. Caio Yifen wouldn't let go of an opportunity like this. His journey to this point hadn't been easy. If he hadn't met Ye Xiu, if he hadn't met and helped establish Team Happy, he likely wouldn't even be a pro player anymore. And now, he'd grown from being an invisible presence let go by one team to part of the main force of another team. And now, he had the chance to defeat the one whom his former team had labeled a prodigy. How could he miss an opportunity like this? What Caio Yifen wanted was to prove himself to everyone, including the opponent in front of him now, his closest friend. But he still felt that it was a shame that they had discussed this feeling of victory so often in the past, but had never had the chance to achieve it together. And now, the method of achieving it was to defeat the other side. It's a shame I can't share this taste of victory with you. In the second battle of the individual competition, Team Happy's Caio Yifen won. Chapter 1324 Trade Chapter 1324 Trade Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami Happy had a 2-0 lead, which worried Ryuan Cheng. The entire Glory community knew that he didn't like Happy. If Happy were against some weak team, he definitely wouldn't have accepted the invitation for this event. But seeing that Happy would be playing an away game against Tiny Herb, Ryuan Cheng felt like Happy would certainly lose, which was why he gladly ran over to slap their faces. Things weren't looking good, though. He could tolerate Ye Xiu's win streak continuing, but a small-time figure like Caio Yifen beating Tiny Herb's genius, Gao Yingji. Pan Lin and Li Yibo were discussing this round with great enthusiasm. Ryuan Cheng listened unhappily on the side. I'm not going to sit here and get slapped in the face, am I? Ryuan Cheng felt a bad premonition. Caio Yifen's victory over Gao Yingji made him uneasy. The third players of the individual competition stepped onto the stage. Happy's Mo Fan, Ninja Deception. Tiny Herb, Liang Fang, Berserker Black Bamboo. Seeing the matchup, Ryuan Cheng felt his heart freeze. After Mo Fan beat Samsara's son Xiang, the attention towards him grew. Happy had also given him more opportunities to go on stage, even so far as to include him in team competitions. His skill had received the approval of the community. It was just that people didn't understand his hit-and-run playstyle. In this match, Mo Fan's opponent was Liang Fang, a very impatient player. Mo Fan's hit-and-run playstyle was a disaster for this sort of player. A 3-0. Ryuan Cheng didn't even want to watch anymore. Pan Lin and Li Yibo were analyzing their playstyles though, and just had to ask him his opinion. Ryuan Cheng replied spiritlessly, Liang Fang needs to firmly hold the initiative for this match. This is the only way can he restrict Mo Fan's playstyle. There was some reasoning to his logic, but it was mostly just empty talk. Who wouldn't be trying their hardest to take the initiative? Whoever held the initiative had an easier chance of winning. Who needed someone to tell them that? The match began. Liang Fang headed straight towards the center of the map, while Mo Fan moved strategically. The map Tiny Herb chose wasn't simple, but it wasn't overly complex either. Moving strategically could be done, but when Deception circled around to the center, Mo Fan found that there weren't too many places to mount sneak attacks. As for Liang Fang's Black Bamboo, his line of sight was directly towards that side. Having chosen this map, he knew beforehand what places Mo Fan could possibly come out from. Mo Fan didn't lack patience, but in this situation, patience would just lead to a yellow card. As a result, this time, Mo Fan happily had Deception walk out. Without saying a word, he attacked. Mo Fan was direct enough, but Liang Fang was faster. He had been paying close attention to those few spots, certain that Deception could only come from there. As soon as he saw Deception come out, he released his readied attack. Crimson Storm. Liang Fang opened up with a level 70 skill, quite a shocking move. Mo Fan was a bit surprised that his opponent would be so bold. He immediately tried to dodge, but the surging force just barely hit him. Shuriken. Deception attacked, throwing a shuriken towards Black Bamboo. This Crimson Storm carried incomparable force, and its ending lag was just as formidable. When the shuriken came, Black Bamboo could not move and could only take the attack. Then Deception closed in. Backward slash. Right when the ending lag finished, Black Bamboo used a knock-up skill towards Deception. Deception nimbly leaped back and dodged it. Flame cut. Flames came down facing the wind. Who would have thought that Black Bamboo wouldn't dodge, though? Instead, he brandished his sword and let out a wild blood strike. This attack didn't collide with Flame cut. It went straight for Deception. Trade. Everyone who thought of this word felt dumbfounded. Trading was a common berserker strategy, but no one ever traded at the start of a match. This was because the effects of Blood Awakening didn't trigger until the user was below 50% health. The initial 50% health was no different for berserkers, so it was usually used to get a feel for the opponent's playstyle and condition. Once their health reached 50%, Blood Awakening would activate, and then trading became a good choice. However, trading from the very start was rarely seen. Liang Fang wasn't trading for nothing, though. He was trading blows. However, recklessly burning several high-level skills in a row was truly a bit crazy. The attacks from each player hit their targets. Black Bamboo ignited into a flame man, while Deception was sent tumbling from the heavy blow. Again. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Deception straightened up and started advancing again. But the opposing Black Bamboo didn't even wait for the fire to extinguish. Half his body was still on fire as he also twisted that way and charged forward. Dong! This time, their weapons clashed, and the one to guard was Deception. Liang Fang wanted to trade damage, but Mo Fan didn't comply. It wasn't smart to keep up with a berserker's frenzy. Once a berserker reached a certain point, he would gain buffs. As a result, trading with a berserker should only be done if he could gain an advantage from it. It couldn't be looked at purely in terms of numbers. However, Liang Fang refused to let go and followed up with attack after attack. He let go of all defenses and traded. He didn't dodge any of Deception's attacks and ate every single attack. Liang Fang's playstyle. Li Yibo was a bit shocked. Liang Fang's playstyle seemed somewhat excessive, but the problem was that it was extremely effective against Mo Fan. Every move he did was a trade. No matter if Mo Fan retreated or attacked, his plans were always interrupted. His hit-and-run tactics couldn't be displayed properly. Liang Fang was using this sort of rough and crude method to entangle Mo Fan. They fought, and while it didn't seem like Liang Fang was gaining any advantages, Mo Fan wasn't able to get into his own tempo. Liang Fang is playing well today. Yuan Cheng's spirit suddenly shot up. Initiative. His words had actually been spot on. Right now, Liang Fang firmly held the initiative in this 1v1. Any attack Mo Fan made would end up as a trade to the extent that sometimes Liang Fang would be on the losing end. Even so, he still held the initiative. Mo Fan could only slightly win the trades, but his tempo, his tactics, he couldn't display them at all. Tiny Herb has done a lot of targeted research on Mo Fan, Ye Xiu commented from the sidelines. Liang Fang's unbridled playstyle wasn't because of his berserker class. Tiny Herb had probably prepared this playstyle specifically to counter Mo Fan. Berserkers could trade and so could other classes, but Mo Fan could not. As soon as he traded, his most threatening 3 axes could not be displayed. He's being suppressed, Wei Chen said. It looks like there's nothing that can be done. Fang Rui said the difference in health between the two sides could clearly be seen. In terms of the numbers, Mo Fan had the advantage. After all, Liang Fang was recklessly trading away his health. However, everyone knew that Liang Fang held the initiative. The extra trickles of health lost in each trade weren't trading for Deception's health, but rather his tempo. Kill, Liang Fang roared in the chat. The more he fought, the more spirited he became. The more spirited he became, the crazier he fought. His attacks became even faster and even more swift, biting onto Deception even more tightly. Colliding stab. Liang Fang had Black Bamboo use colliding stab. Unable to avoid it, Mo Fan would usually try and use a strong attack to trade, but this time, poof, a puff of smoke. Black Bamboo's greatsword had hit a substitute strawman. Substitution technique, he ran. Liang Fang was a bit startled. Before, when they had been trading blows, Mo Fan had never forced an escape. But after retreating, he returned. Deception rushed forward. Liang Fang regained his composure and ready to trade blows, even if it would be a losing trade. Poof, poof. The sounds of attacks landing were crisp and clear. This time the trade was completed in a straightforward manner. Again, Liang Fang was having fun and started talking more in the chat. Haha, he's playing so confidently. Yuan Cheng was in a good mood. But after the trade, Deception stopped tangling with Black Bamboo and chose to retreat. Where are you going? Liang Fang was surprised. He immediately readjusted his offense. When he rushed forward, Mo Fan suddenly turned back to receive his attacks. Attack. Another trade. Deception once again ran away. Liang Fang was furious. It was a trade anyways. Running away and then coming back, was that really necessary? He didn't understand, so he continued implementing his original strategy. But Mo Fan had thoroughly changed up his plans. His 3 axes were being suppressed by this crazy trading, so he either attacked then ran without attacking, or went all out on the offensive without running. What type of playstyle is this? This Mo Fan really loved this sort of hit-and-run playstyle. How was it possible for him not to be so patient? The audience sighed. However, the pro players on the sidelines could see the purpose behind Mo Fan's repeated tussling. Nice. After seeing a completed trade, Fang Rui nodded his head in approval. Has that idiot Liang Fang still not figured it out yet? It should be soon, Ye Xiu smiled. Yes, he figured it out. It wasn't just Liang Fang, but the viewers who were paying close attention to the match had also begun to notice it. After Mo Fan switched up his tactics, the disparity between the two characters' health bars was growing larger and larger. Was it because of Liang Fang's unbridled trading? Of course, that was one reason, but more importantly, Mo Fan had started making meticulous calculations. Every time he traded, he would carefully think it through. Can I gain an advantage? Is the advantage gained significant enough? If the answers to those questions weren't satisfactory or he simply didn't know, he would immediately turn tail and run. This was why deception would sometimes run away and not make the trade. If Liang Fang continues trading like this, he'll trade himself to his death, Li Yibo chuckled. He probably won't dare to keep trading now, will he? Pan Lin said. Then how will he stop Mo Fan? Li Yibo said. The answer was that he couldn't stop Mo Fan. Chapter 1325 Fluctuating Appum Chapter 1325 Fluctuating Appum Translator Namyami Editor Namyami One Skill, One Step Back. In the end, Mo Fan ended up setting this repetitive rhythm. Liang Fang's reckless health trade immediately became out of sync. By the time he realized this, he had already traded his health away for a disadvantage. He lost. In the individual competition, Happy ended with a 3-0. The entire stadium was speechless. Ha ha ha, Happy's performing well today, Li Yibo commented. Do they plan on obtaining another perfect victory? Pan Lin wondered. Ryuan Cheng's heart thumped. If Happy really did destroy Tiny Herb in their away game, then it'd be like they had thrown him here naked. He'd be completely humiliated. What the hell are you bastards doing? Ryuan Cheng was even more desperate and worried than Tiny Herb's boss. Suma Cheng didn't go up for the individual competitions this round. Has Happy left her for the group arena? Li Yibo said. Fang Rui, Suma Cheng, Tang Ru. Happy's group arena lineup is very impressive this round, Pan Lin commented. In the 8th round, Happy's Tang Ru alone managed to wipe out 2 of Tiny Herb's members in the group arena and get to Wang Jixi. Li Yibo reminded them. It's just unfortunate that the 2 players after Tang Ru didn't perform so well and were all defeated by Wang Jixi in a 1v3 that turned the tides. However, it was after that round that Tang Ru stopped spearheading the group arena and switched to 3rd position, Pan Lin lamented. With that, the 2 side-eyed Ryuan Cheng together. Yet when Ryuan Cheng had heard the 2 say that Happy had an unusually impressive lineup, his insides clenched. He didn't even register the discussion the 2 had afterwards. You think they'll have Tang Ru spearhead again? In the end, Ryuan Cheng only heard that before the players for the group arena entered the stage. Happy, Fang Rui, Suma Cheng, Tang Ru, as expected, an impressive lineup. As for Tiny Herbum, they sent out Liu Xiaobi, Liu Fei, and Wang Jixi. Seems like Tang Ru still isn't spearheading the round, Pan Lin exclaimed. Yeah, Fang Rui leading and Tang Ru bringing up the rear. Happy hasn't changed that arrangement in a long time, Li Yibo noted. The match is about to start. Let's see how the players perform, Pan Lin announced. At the same time, the first player in each team were inserting their cards and loading into the first round of the match. This map. It's a pretty rare sight in the group arena, the commentator and guests discussed upon seeing the map. The map Tiny Herb had chosen for their group arena was the same kind that Ye Xiu had set as his signature map choice this season, straight and simple. This kind of map often implied a test of mechanical skill. For individual matches, the maps could be chosen according to personal preference. However, in the group arena, there would be 3 people per team, and you needed to make sure that all 3 were comfortable with the map. Thus, the map choice was rarely so extreme. Generally, maps with more varied content that could be useful in different situations would be chosen. This map choice, it'll probably negatively impact Happy's Fang Rui and Suma Cheng, but Tang Ru clearly prefers this sort of map, Li Yibo noted. As for Tiny Herb, what do you think, Mr. Ryuan? Feeling that Ryuan Cheng had gone silent for long enough, Li Yibo threw him a question helpfully. I guess they'll be all right since they're Tiny Herb, Ryuan Cheng guessed. What on earth was he saying? Li Yibo stared in shock and glanced at Pan Lin. Pan Lin seemed rather helpless as well. This Ryuan Cheng really didn't have much mental fortitude. No matter if you're a fan or a hater, you should at least work hard to support your side. Even if it's complete bullshit, that's better than this utterly defeated look after a 3-0. Li Yibo and Pan Lin could only leave Ruan Cheng with his answer that wasn't really an answer. On the field, due to the simple map, the two sides soon met and clashed in an open fight. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Flying Sword's sword was as fast as lightning. Liu Xiaobi was feeling rather depressed this season. He had wanted to become an all-star this season through his ceaseless hard work and improvement. Yet happy and excellent era's players had returned, and the competition for this season's all-stars was much tighter all of a sudden. Unfortunately, Liu Xiaobi once again wasn't voted in. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Liu Xiaobi vented his frustrations through his mechanics. Flying Sword's attacks were swift and his pacing was solid. This level of skill was definitely enough to be considered all-star level. It was unfortunate that the all-star voting wasn't just about skill. On the other side, Fang Rui was in a very different position from Liu Xiaobi. Liu Xiaobi was just unable to become an all-stars, and he, on the other hand, had been consecutively voted into the all-stars, only to fail this season. He also made light of this failure, expressing to the media that he always got in, so it was pretty good that he had finally managed to drop out. That sort of attitude was just asking for a beating to Liu Xiaobi. Many others also thought Fang Rui was unreasonable. It was probably a little of both, but Fang Rui's performance really hadn't been affected by any of it. His performance had improved slowly as he got more used to the Qi Master, and his opponents, because of his chosen playstyle, often were unable to keep up. However, Liu Xiaobi didn't fall into this disadvantage because he took the initiative to attack as soon as possible. His hand was speed rising dramatically. Thus, the match progressed a little like Liang Fang and Mo Fan's match, both sides attacking fiercely and trying to prevent the other from using their preferred style. However, compared to Liang Fang exchanging blows and blood, Liu Xiaobi had less to worry about with his offensive. For Liang Fang, he was also trading blood to win, and his defeat was because of it too. "This kid's mechanics is getting crazier and crazier," Wei Chen exclaimed with a hint of envy, observing the way Liu Xiaobi was displaying his hand speed. "The point is that he isn't just fast but also very steady. He has everything in his grasp," Ye Xiu added. "Fang Rui's met trouble this time," Wei Chen noted. "Yes, this isn't a good terrain for him," Ye Xiu commented. Ye Xiu had used this kind of terrain to bully quite a few opponents himself, so he naturally understood what sort of foundation Liu Xiaobi's advantage was built upon. He also knew that it was because there was nothing that could be used on the map. Thus Liu Xiaobi's rhythm would be very hard to break. Perhaps he could find some openings in Flying Sword's attack, but Liu Xiaobi's mechanics were just too fast, so fast that these opens flashed by. When his opponent wanted to use them, they were already gone. The only thing you couldn't counter was speed. One in regards to Liu Xiaobi, this phrase was rather fitting. His APM is almost reaching 400. The live broadcast gave a shot of Liu Xiaobi's APM data. Since the match was still ongoing, his mechanics were still ongoing, and thus the number wasn't stable, fluctuating at just under 400. The system data wasn't smart enough to differentiate between effective APM and random keyboard mashing, but considering the situation on the field right now, there was little possibility for such noob mechanics to exist. Most, if not all, were effective. For a single-player game, even if Glory's mechanics were a little more complicated, an APM heading directly for 400 was still stunning. When the audience at the stadium noticed this data, sounds of awe rose from the crowd, and these voices were filled with pride. Liu Xiaobi was a player on their team, Tiny Herb. For comparison, Fang Rui's APM data was quickly placed next to Liu Xiaobi's. 289, 290, 291. The number kept rising. Fang Rui's APM is much faster than usual too. Pan Lin said, holding Fang Rui's previous match statistics. Of course. If he doesn't raise his hand speed under this sort of situation, he'd probably have been wiped out quickly, Li Yibo commented. However, there's still a 100 appum difference. Yuan Cheng followed up. Fuck. Pan Lin and Li Yibo cursed to themselves simultaneously, glancing at Yuan Cheng. Was this still that dispirited Yuan Cheng from after the individual matches? This kind of energy, was Liu Xiaobi a cleric or something? Had his near 400 appum healed this guy or something? Their hand speed has a gap looking at the statistics, but from the situation, Fang Rui isn't at much of a disadvantage, Li Yibo noted. Heh, he's not at much of a disadvantage, but he's still at 1, Yuan Cheng retorted. Fang Rui's current appum isn't his peak, Pan Lin added, looking through Fang Rui's info. His current appum is very steady, Li Yibo observed the appum stats on the screen. Appum was calculated by the minute, but what was usually shown in a match was calculated by the second. It showed what the mechanics done in this second would be if maintained for a minute. Fang Rui's appum was fluctuating at around 290, which meant that his hand speed was very steady. If given the chance, he'll give himself a burst of speed, Li Yibo said. What about Liu Xiaobi? Is this his peak? Yuan Cheng smirked. He was, in the end, an expert and wasn't ignorant. Pan Lin naturally also had Liu Xiaobi's match statistics, and after taking a look, shook his head. It's not, but not all of his actions are effective. A lot of these statistics came from him making a bunch of useless actions at the beginning of a match to drive his appum up. Li Yibo was carefully watching the match. Chance. Fang Rui was waiting for a chance where he could strike and break Liu Xiaobi's rhythm. Otherwise, if this continued, he would lose. When would a chance appear? Li Yibo couldn't be bothered to discuss with the other two. The pace of the match was so fast, so this chance would only appear for a mere moment. There. Li Yibo's eyes lit up. Cha, he only managed to get out the first half of the word because his speech wasn't nearly as fast as the two players on the stage. The appum statistics skyrocketed. Fang Rui, 372. This was his chance to turn the tables. However, he failed. Just as Fang Rui's hand speed rocketed, Liu Xiaobi's appum also rose alongside it. 442. The peak appum of the match finally appeared. Liu Xiaobi used his immense hand speed to crush Fang Rui's defense. In the end, the first match of the group arena went to Tiny Herb's Liu Xiaobi. Chapter 1326 Fly Forth Chapter 1326 Fly Forth Translator Namiyami Editor Namiyami, what an intense match. Victory had been decided, and Tiny Herb Stadium was naturally filled with applause. Pan Lin and Li Yibo were discussing excitedly, and Yuan Cheng's smile filled his face. Liu Xiaobi won, and Flying Sword still had 52% of his health left. Tiny Herb had established a good lead in the group arena, and Yuan Cheng was, naturally, delighted. In that moment, he seemed like a hopeless Tiny Herb fan. Liu Xiaobi's performance this round was amazing. Yibo commented. He managed such a stable performance under this continuous high hand speed, making no major mistakes. Truly impressive. Indeed, his grasp over this technique has become more and more solid, Pan Lin noted. Let's see how he performs this next round, Li Yibo said. Hey, Yuan Cheng started laughing dryly again. Like a noob, he childishly started doing calculations in his head. 48% of health to take out Fang Rui, still 52% left. He totally still had a chance to defeat Suma Cheng. Then there was still Wang Jixi for Tiny Herb. Tang Ru 2v1. Haha, it was clear that Tiny Herb would win the group arena. However, reality soon gave him a harsh awakening. Seems like Liu Xiaobi really exhausted himself last round, Li Yibo observed, watching the match. Yeah, he's clearly making more mistakes, Pan Lin added. And no matter how powerful his offensives can be with that hand speed of his, he has to be able to close in on his opponent first, Li Yibo brought up. Suma Cheng is very carefully not giving him such a chance and even sacrificed a lot of damage for it, Pan Lin said. Yes, she's using a very clever playstyle. However, isn't she a little too careful? There's no chance of Liu Xiaobi replicating what he had managed yesterday. Perhaps Suma Cheng can play a little more offensively. What do you think, Mr. Ryuan? Li Yibo realized that Ryuan Cheng had stopped speaking again. Fucking useless. Ryuan Cheng was cursing Liu Xiaobi in his heart. The possibility of defeating Suma Cheng's dancing rain with 52% of his health was rapidly approaching zero. Not only that, but Liu Xiaobi hadn't managed to find a single chance to close in on Suma Cheng. Ryuan Cheng really was worried that he'd be wiped out without even dealing 1% damage. Good thing was, Liu Xiaobi hadn't lost that badly. In the end, he still found a chance to close in. However, 10%. That was how much health Flying Swords ended up taking from Suma Cheng. Ryuan Cheng's lips were trembling. He wanted to start cussing up a storm in this widely live-streamed broadcast. Tiny Herb had started out well, but they didn't manage to maintain the advantage they had gained, Pan Lin exclaimed. Liu Xiaobi might have done better in the second position with such a draining playstyle, Li Yibo suggested. Mr. Ryuan. All right, let's continue to observe the match. Pan Lin had wanted to ask after Ryuan Cheng's opinion, but seeing how he was barely holding back his anger, he was afraid that the other would pull the quality of the entire program down with his answer. Tiny Herb's second player, Liu Fei, came on stage. She was another female sharpshooter player, Tasselflower. They were both female pros, both gunner players, but Liu Fei's renown was nothing compared to Suma Cheng's. She wasn't even on the main roster for Tiny Herb and only had the chance to perform in rotation. In this round, she had been placed in the group arena and had just happened to meet the #1 gunner amongst female pros. Though Dancing Rain is down to 90% of her health, there is a skill gap between the two. So long as Suma Cheng doesn't make any major mistakes, she should be able to win. Li Yibo, who was now uncertain about making predictions, was bold enough to make one now. It was clear that no one thought that there would be any suspense as to the result. No suspense didn't necessarily mean no surprises, though. The battle between the two female gunners was spectacular. Liu Fei was no god, not even a member of their team's main roster, but if she could manage to stay in the two-time championship team Tiny Herb, then she would definitely be rather skilled. Her performance was unusually impressive this round. Li Yibo's saying of Suma Cheng being able to win so long as she didn't make any major mistakes was a bit of an exaggeration. It was good that Suma Cheng didn't slap him in the face. Liu Fei performed very well, but unfortunately she was met with an opponent that performed even better. When Li Yibo made such an analysis, there was a lingering fear in his heart. If Suma Cheng didn't perform better, then the tides may have turned. When Suma Cheng won, Dancing Rain still had 21% of her health left. Tiny Herb had reached their third player, their last defense, their captain, Wang Jixi. From the 52% lead they had at first, until this 21% disadvantage, Ryuan Cheng had the urge to run away. However, Tiny Herb Stadium was still filled with energy. The impact that being overtaken and falling behind should have had on these fans was nowhere to be seen. It was rather strange. This atmosphere really is annoying, Chen Guo exclaimed. Oh, look at these people. They're falling behind, but as soon as Wang Jixi appears, it's like they're fated to win or something. Chen Guo gazed over the audience in the venue, listening to their cheering. Yes, that was the feeling the current Tiny Herb gave off. It wasn't like Tiny Herb was falling behind, but that victory was already in their grasp. Everyone was wearing an expression of utmost confidence. They completely ignored their future opponents, as if they were no more than bubbles that their captain Wang Jixi could pop with a finger. Ma Cheng, crush him. Little Tang, crush him. Though she knew that the players in the booths couldn't hear her, Chen Guo still hollered. Suma Cheng and Tang Ru, the two girls who were on stage on Happy's side, were the two who were closest to Chen Guo. Seeing them ignored by the tiny herb fans like this, Chen Guo was exceptionally pissed off. It's not unreasonable that the tiny herb fans have such confidence, Ye Xiu chuckled. Who cares what reason they have? Chen Guo clearly wasn't looking for logic or explanations. Ye Xiu smiled. The match was starting and everyone turned their attention back to the screens. A simple and straightforward map naturally wouldn't have much of a build-up. The two characters advanced, the chat remaining empty. There was very little communication between players in today's match. Of course, there were some subjective reasons for that. For example, Fang Rui liked to trash talk, but he had been faced with Liu Xiaobi today, so there was no time to type in such an intense battle of hand speeds. In this match, Wang Jixi and Suma Cheng didn't seem to have any intentions to chat either. The two soon met in the center of the map, and Suma Cheng's dancing rain unhesitantly used her attack range advantage to fire the first shot. Boom! Missiles flew. Vacaria's movement speed didn't dip at all, even riding his broom directly towards the missile. Just as it was about to impact, he swerved and the missile flew past his shoulder. The movement was smooth. Was this missile really an attempt to stop him? Can't feel it. Clap, clap, clap. The stadium burst into applause. Just a dodge and the tiny herb fans acted like they had seen the climax of a match. Getting excited over nothing. Chen Guo gritted her teeth. It really was rather impressive, Ye Xiu said. Chen Guo didn't reply because that voice of truth at the bottom of her heart told her that when Vacaria narrowly dodged the missile without slowing down, she had almost abandoned her loyalties and cheered with the tiny herb fans. A technique that can really fan their excitement, Wei Chen commented, but then added, but he wasn't just showing off. Of course he wasn't. Wang Jixi's action was simply to dodge in the quickest, easiest way. He had maintained his character's advance, so how could it be a mere party trick? Anti-tank missiles. Dancing Rain jumped backwards, launching 3 anti-tank missiles in a tri-shot formation. The 3 missiles came one after the other. Vacaria once again didn't dodge, charging right forwards. What was he going to do this time? Holy shit! As the stadium erupted into cheers, Wei Chen cursed. Vacaria had somehow flew forward, spinning his body like a drill and drilled right into the tri-shot. Then his spin managed to narrowly pull his body out of range of each of the 3 missiles. Brilliantly fast, amazingly precise. The broadcast replayed this moment in slow motion over and over again, as if they'd rather play this than the rest of the match. He's truly skilled. Even Ye Xiu couldn't help but praise. This was the one that had almost accomplished a consecutive 3 championships after he had made history. Vacaria charged towards Dancing Rain at top speed, seemingly unstoppable. Of course, Suma Cheng wasn't that easy of an opponent. As Vacaria advanced, Dancing Rain was naturally retreating. As she retreated, she attacked. It was just that this didn't do much to stop the other's momentum, and the two were slowly getting closer. Star Ray. Vacaria finally entered a range where his witch could attack. As he flew, he began to throw out magic tools. The Star Ray that was formed from a star card shot forwards faster than its user. Dancing Rain dodged, and with the effect the movement had, Vacaria continued to close in. Stinger. Suma Cheng attempted to use a large Aya to stop him. Vacaria flew a level higher and darted in and out of the falling Stinger missiles, as if the explosions had nothing to do with him. However, the closer he got, the harder it was to dodge. Laser cannon. This time Vacaria wasn't able to fully dodge the attack, and the laser cannon struck his side, causing Vacaria to spin in the air. However, it wasn't able to completely stop his advance. As he adjusted his form, Wang Jixi took note of the way Vacaria was thrown. Even if he fell, he'd fall as close to his target as possible. God fucking shit, Wei Chen continued to curse. Though cursing wasn't a rare occurrence for him, watching Wang Jixi's performance today, his cursing had been elevated to a frequency it had never once reached in the past. Only cursing could express his emotions because he didn't know how else to express them. Wang Jixi and his Vacaria flew forth, carrying tiny herb on their shoulders and unstoppable. Chapter 1327 Reason Chapter 1327 Reason Translator Namiyami Editor Namiyami Dancing Rain Fell. Wang Jixi was just this type of person. He never failed at crucial moments. He would lose, but he would never make anyone lose confidence in him. As a result, even if he was one against many, even if he were playing against 3 opponents from Happy like last time, Tiny Herb's players and fans would still put their faith in him. That time it was Happy's home game, and this time it was Tiny Herb's. The moment Dancing Rain fell, Chen Guo could only see Wei Chen's lip moving. She reckoned that he was still cursing at something. As for the actual contents, he probably couldn't even hear himself. The cheers from the Tiny Herb crowd had drowned out all other noise, and this was just the reaction after killing off an opponent with only 21% health left. If Wang Jixi was able to win this team competition, how excited would these Tiny Herb spectators become? Chen Guo really hoped a bucket of cold water would splash onto the crowd and cool them down. At this moment, Tang Ru's soft mist spawned onto the field. Wang Jixi was able to beat Sima Cheng using only 8% of Vacaria's health. Compared to his incredible skill, this loss of 8% wasn't even considered as anything by many. The 100% health soft mist and the 92% health Vacaria stood together. Practically, everyone favored the latter to win. Wang Jixi, he truly deserves his reputation. After taking down Sima Cheng, who had beat Liu Xiaobi and Liu Fei, Yuan-Cheng became ecstatic. His state of mind wasn't much different than that of the Tiny Herb fans. Pan Lin and Li Yibo looked at him, wondering whether this guy would pounce onto the table and hug the screen. As long as Wang Jixi is here, Tiny Herb is unlikely to lose the group arena, Yuan-Cheng continued to sigh. His tone was extremely similar to that of Xiang Linsao 1 when he said the words "I'm stupid, really stupid." Pan Lin and Li Yibo was unable to respond to him. They were the official commentators of the match. Communicating with a brain-dead fan was impossible. Fortunately, Soft Mist and Vacaria had started fighting. "Okay, let's watch the match," Pan Lin's spirits rose. "Dragon breaks the ranks," Yuan-Cheng shouted. Pan Lin and Li Yibo were stunned. Where'd Dragon breaks the ranks come from? Ha ha ha, she didn't use Dragon breaks the ranks, Yuan-Cheng sneered. Pan Lin and Li Yibo continued to be stunned. Tang Ru indeed liked to open with Dragon breaks the ranks, but this was an official match and the official commentary. Your way of explaining things was a bit too problematic, no. The two didn't have the energy to complain. Tang Ru was very direct. Whether or not she used Dragon breaks the ranks didn't affect her style. Pan Lin and Li Yibo were listening to Yuan-Cheng's nonsense as the two players fought. They had unexpectedly missed such a detail. The commentators were suddenly at a roadblock. The two people glared angrily at Yuan-Cheng. Yuan-Cheng was watching the match closely with excited spirits. The two characters were going back and forth, but from the switches between offense and defense, Wang Jixi held the initiative. Wang Jixi is worthy of his reputation, Yuan-Cheng praised. 222. Pan Lin and Li Yibo were feeling like Yuan-Cheng was pulling aggro onto Wang Jixi, but with his praise, the two started feeling more and more disgusted with Vacaria. However, Vacaria having the advantage was a reality at the moment. She's improved again. After half a season, Wang Jixi and Tang Ru fought once again. This was his first thought, especially in terms of rationality. Tang Ru's eagerness to win was extremely high. Whether she won or lost, she would never compromise or retreat. However, there were always times where compromising and retreating were the better options. These weren't a part of Tang Ru's vocabulary, though. She would always choose a single path and continue forward. This choice would sometimes surprise the opponent, but it would also sometimes backfire. However, this time, as he praised her improvement, Wang Jixi could only force a smile. Her choices becoming more rational wasn't because she chose to compromise or retreat. It was because her choices became more precise when she charged forward. Her understanding of skills had become more thorough, and she had accumulated more experience. She used everything she had to strengthen her always forward playstyle. This girl would always press forward when improving her own style. Wang Jixi could only give her praise. However, not enough. While Wang Jixi praised Tang Ru's improvement, Tang Ru once again felt the disparity in skill. Perhaps a part of it was because of the difference in equipment, but Tang Ru would never regard these as reasons. She only wanted to win. She didn't want to lose. A skill gap didn't necessarily represent a certain win or loss. Competition was fought, not compared. But Wang Jixi knew this reasoning even more clearly than her. He wouldn't relax facing a less skilled opponent. Bang! When soft mists dancing fire flowing flames swung, it hit the lava flask thrown by Vacaria. The flask shattered and lava flew out. If lava flask directly hit a target, the lava would deal bonus damage. Wang Jixi had unexpectedly used lava flash as an attack. Lava splattered along with stardust extermination. Dong, a parry. Soft mists dancing fire flowing flames blocked stardust extermination. However, the lava that splashed onto soft mist quickly dealt damage to her. Sure enough, she didn't retreat. Her offense had become more rational, more coherent, and more threatening. But what about her defense? There were many ways to defend while attacking. Directly eating damage was very bold and aggressive, but the most optimal choice should be the most rational and the most effective. It wasn't single-mindedly pursuing a certain direction. Excessively, using a brute force method might turn out like Liang Fang, who traded too much of his health away and lost because he was unable to get it back. If she could fight Yu when Zhou 1v1, she would probably have a clearer understanding of this point. Unfortunately, the chances of that happening were very low. It wasn't necessary, though. Ye Xiu had probably noticed this point too. Tang Ru didn't need to practice her offense excessively. She should be focusing her time on her defense. Maybe she didn't like to defend as a result of her personality, and she didn't like to spend too much thought on it. But the problem was that the more she improved on her offense, the greater the imbalance between offense and defense. No matter how great you were, it wasn't possible to always be the one attacking. There would always be times when the opponent would force you to defend. When one had a big lead, using a brute force method like eating damage was fine, but what about when one had a small lead or did not have the lead? Such an irrational choice would be fatal, just like now. A star symbol suddenly shot at Soft Mist's eyes. Tang Ru had Soft Mist twist her body to dodge it and then stepped forward to close she distance. But with this step forward, star symbol pulled closer. The instant star symbol blossomed into star ray. The radiating light filled half of Tang Ru's screen. The star ray didn't land on Soft Mist, but the following attack did. Because half of Tang Ru's screen was blinded by star ray's light, she couldn't see the attack. It was just an instant that the viewers would only be able to understand if they watched the replay in slow motion. However, Vacaria took advantage of this instant to land an attack. Lost. Tang Ru fell. Tang Ru lost again to Wang Jixi. Losing to a top god in the alliance shouldn't be anything strange, but Tang Ru wasn't willing. She was never content with losing to any opponent. And this wasn't her first time losing to Wang Jixi. If you counted their fights, she had never won once. Ha ha ha, Wang Jixi. He truly deserves his reputation. This hand was too beautiful. The commentary was overtaken by Ruan Cheng. This guy looked like he wanted to jump onto the table and dance. In particular, when Tang Ru walked down from the stage, disappointed and regretful, Ruan Cheng became even more excited. Tang Ru still has a long ways to go before she can reach a god. Do the viewers still remembers that 1v3 promise? I wonder if she still has such plans. Ryuan Cheng was radiating with delight as he remarked, it was a splendid match. Pan Lin couldn't bear letting this guy continue talking. Tang Ru performed well today, but Wang Jixi was more shrewd, Li Yibo said. Yes, Tiny Herb has won back 2 points in the group arena. Wang Jixi didn't disappoint his teammates, the stadium, and all of the Tiny Herb fans watching this broadcast. Pan Lin continued to stir up the crowd. Long live the king! The Tiny Herb fans at the stadium shouted out this proclamation. Their respect for Wang Jixi had reached such a level. Wang Jixi didn't immediately walk down from the stage like Tang Ru did. After all, this was Tiny Herb's home stadium, and the break between the group arena and team competition was rather long. He stayed on stage for a while longer, waving his hands at the fans all around him. Tang Ru went back to Happy's player area and smiled at the players comforting her. She sat down to the side rather dejectedly. Your attacks weren't bad, Ye Xiu turned his head and said to her. Not bad, Tang Ru forced a smile. If they weren't bad, then why could she still not suppress the opponent? However, in a match, you can't always be attacking. Do you really think your opponent won't be able to use even a single skill? Ye Xiu said. I understand. Tang Ru knew that Ye Xiu's words were reasonable. In this match, how many of Wang Jixi's attacks were able to stop your offense? Ye Xiu said. Tang Ru stared at the replay on the big screens. From time to time, it would show her a depressing moment. How to maintain your offense without it being interrupted is something you need to be very, very, very mindful of. If not, your offense will always be stopped. Several times of that and you'll be left wondering where your health went, Ye Xiu said. Tang Ru continued to stare at the replay. Those sorts of moments flashed on screen again and again. Starting from next round, you'll be placed first, Ye Xiu said. That way you'll have more opportunities for real combat practice. Okay, Tang Ru nodded her head. She understood the reasoning behind Ye Xiu's arrangements. Going third might be the important anchor for the group arena, but if the other 2 players before her performed spectacularly, there might not be much left for her to do. Only the person going first in the group arena had the most opportunities to gain 1v1 experience. That won't be a problem, right? Ye Xiu saw that Tang Ru didn't mind and asked Fang Rui. Of course not, Fang Rui said. Ye Xiu put on a helpless face. I originally wanted you to go first so you would have more chances to get used to the class change. I put her as third to be the anchor, and now everyone needs to go first to practice. Haha, this suits her the most. Fang Rui laughed. In fact, the person who goes first can also practice as the anchor if she still plans on a 1v3. It's too bad there's only one person who can go first, Ye Xiu sighed. Chapter 1328, The Stage on Sky Arena. Chapter 1328, The Stage on Sky Arena. Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami, after the individual competitions, Happy temporarily held a 3-2 lead. But Wang Jixi's performance during the group arena had completely changed the atmosphere of the entire stadium. Even if Team Tiny Herb had a 5-0 lead, the fans might not be as excited as they were now. This kind of atmosphere once again put Chen Guo in a bad mood. Clearly, Happy was still in the lead, and clearly, the team competition had yet to be played. But the fans of Tiny Herb looked as though they had already won the final victory match. Was this because of Wang Jixi? Looking at the Tiny Herb fans around her, Chen Guo noticed that their gazes were indeed fixated on one point, their team's captain, Wang Jixi. Because Wang Jixi had appeared in the group arena, and because Wang Jixi would definitely appear in the team competition, they immediately had a different level of confidence in their team. To Chen Guo, this was a kind of blind faith. Tiny Herb performed very well during the group arena, but it wasn't certain how strong their performance would be during the team competition. With such a ruckus in the crowd, The downside was that it filled the entire break between the individual rounds and the group competition, making it extremely difficult for Team Happy's members to communicate. If this was always the case, it would almost be a necessity for the teams to have a separate room to prepare in. "These guys are acting like they've already won, we need to make them shut up," Fang Rui expressed, with everyone understanding what he was referring to. "There's no need to be influenced by the atmosphere. Think about how calm we were when playing at Tyranny's home stadium," Ye Xiu said. "Do you have to say these kinds of things on our behalf?" Chen Guo said. "It's an objective matter of fact. Isn't it the same no matter who says it?" Ye Xiu asked. "But now that you say that, there's no motivation for anyone to learn. If you don't believe me, just ask them," Chen Guo said. "None at all," Fang Rui replied. "Ha, Tang Ru laughed. "Steamed Bun, you shut up." Seeing that Steamed Bun was about to say something, Chen Guo hurriedly stopped him. "All right then, since everyone is so unhappy about their arrogance, let's strike them a ruthless blow during the team competition. We'll focus on Wang Jixi," Ye Xiu replied. "Have you also lost all your rationality?" Chen Guo yelled. At this moment, Caio Yifan meekly raised his hand and asked, "When we were preparing for this round, didn't we practice to focus on Wang Jixi in the first place?" "Ah!" Chen Guo was startled and realized that she had been tricked once again. "Let's get ready to go on stage," Ye Xiu called. Team Happy's away game against Team Tiny Herb had finally reached the deciding tiebreaker round. The participants in the team competition walked onto the stage in succession. Team Happy, Ye Xiu, Su Ma Cheng, Fang Rui, Tang Ru, and Wenyi Caio Yifan. Team Tiny Herb, Wang Jixi, Su Bin, Gao Yingji, Liu Ziobi, Yuan Baking, Liang Fang. "Ah, it seems that the lineup for both teams haven't changed very much. It's still the usual lineup for the team competition," commentator Pan Lin explained after seeing the list of names for both teams. "Happy did make one change. Tang Ru is part of the original lineup, while Caio Yifan is the sixth player," Li Yibo replied. "This should indicate that they want to play a more aggressive style," Pan Lin replied. "It does seem to be the case," Li Yibo nodded his head. "Ha, playing an aggressive style in their away game, how bold," Ryuan Cheng laughed. But anyone could hear the mockery in his laughter, looking down on Happy for not knowing their own limits. On the side of Team Tiny Herb, Yuan Baking is playing his cleric, Otto. "This should also mean that they want to play a more aggressive game," Pan Lin said. Team Tiny Herb's healer was very unique. Their player could play two different characters and could choose to use either the cleric or the paladin in different competitions. And from this decision, one could roughly tell what Tiny Herb wanted to do in the team battle. Tiny Herb is playing a home game. There's no reason for them to focus on defense. Ryuan Cheng replied, "Yes, it looks like this is going to be a very intense fight. I'm looking forward to it," Pan Lin said. While the commentators were discussing, the players had already exchanged greetings, entered the player booths, and the timer was ticking down to the start of the team competition. "Let's see what map Tiny Herb has picked for the team battle," Pan Lin remarked. "Sky Arena." Li Yibo was momentarily stunned when he saw the map that the players eventually loaded into. Selecting this map during the team battle is really very rare. Pan Lin was also shocked. Sky Arena was a map that could be considered extremely simple for use in the team battle. The only change in terrain in the whole map were the stairs. At the outermost regions of the map were terraces that looked down on the stage from above. In the middle was the stage itself, which in turn was surrounded by steps. This map. "There shouldn't be too many complex ways to use the map features strategically," Li Yibo said. "Would Tiny Herb have put any special effort into researching how to use the height difference from the steps?" Pan Lin said. Li Yibo searched his mind for the details of Tiny Herb's past matches, but for a while couldn't give a definite answer. "It seems that Tiny Herb has been very thorough in their aggressive stance," Ryuan Cheng said. Let's take a look and see how they're going to play aggressively, Li Yibo said, obviously favoring Ryuan Cheng's opinion in this case. Very quickly, the characters from both sides finished loading in, each standing at opposite ends of the arena. Because of the high stage in the center of the map, the two teams couldn't see each other, but in reality, they were more or less at an equal distance from the stage, a special feature of the team battle. Sky Arena, why don't we just go on the stage and determine the winner? Ye Xiu asked in the global channel, but none of Happy's characters made any immediate moves. Or how about you just come up, old Wang, and the two of us can fight it out. Whoever loses will just have their whole team GG. Seeing that there was no response from the other side, Ye Xiu provoked them once again. Team Tiny Herb still had no reaction, but the entire stadium was already in uproar because of Ye Xiu's unbridled arrogance. I think I'm beginning to understand the hate that tyranny has for him, Tang Ru said to the others with her. Losing 3 times in a row to Ye Xiu, an excellent era, was still bearable, but the crux of the issue was that they still lost after all the provocation and ridicule, making it truly unbearable. This kind of unbridled arrogance was something that was usually displayed by the villain, and afterwards the hero would go and defeat him, slapping his face. But now, the hero couldn't win, instead losing to this kind of villain. How disgusted would the viewers be? And on top of that, this had happened for 3 years straight. Team Tyranny's hatred was indeed very scientific. It looked as if the Team Tiny Herb fans in the crowd were already going insane, but the players in the field looked pretty calm, with no one bothering to respond in the global channel. Instead, the characters from Team Tiny Herb all followed their established paths and advanced tactically. It can't be that you want me to let you have the first move. Ye Xiu was still talking. That's enough. What's the point of talking so much rubbish? Wang Jixi replied at long last, disapproving of Ye Xiu's trash talk. At this time, Ye Xiu sent a sigh of relief emoticon and said, "And here I thought that all of you weren't here." "We're here," Wang Jixi once again replied and informed him. At this time, Tiny Herb's 5 players had already appeared at the edge of the stage, looking down from above and meeting Team Happy's 5 players face to face. "No one move, let them come down here." Ye Xiu simply issued his orders in the global channel. Tiny Herb didn't hesitate and immediately charging down the flight of stairs from the stage. "Damn, they really came, let's retreat," Ye Xiu once again shouted in the global channel. As such, Happy's characters started to turn around and ascend the stairs to the viewing terraces behind them, and the team that occupied the high ground abruptly changed again. "Let's open fire." As Ye Xiu issued his command, Suma Cheng's dancing rain launched the first attack of the match. The artillery shells spat tongues of flame as they flew, but Tiny Herb's 5 members all scattered, with none of them being hit by the attack. But by their team composition, Team Tiny Herb didn't have any long-ranged attackers, with no one being able to directly engage in a firefight with a launcher. Team Happy, who were now occupying the high ground, seemed to be in a superior position at the moment. Possessing the high ground means having a definite advantage. If we were to use control of the high ground as the deciding factor in victory, then this map could be considered very complex. Each set of stairs has many layers, and the map is filled with them, so to make use of the high ground requires awareness of the details of the entire map. Unlike many other maps where controlling one focal point means establishing an absolute advantage. Li Yibo began discussing the current circumstances in the match. "That's true for now, Happy has the height advantage, but looking at the map, Tiny Herb could just change their position and climb to the same height as Happy," Pan Lin replied. "So in this map, the battles that occur won't be the vertical battles centered around the stairs, but instead horizontal battles," Li Yibo said. "You're right, Tiny Herb has already made such arrangements. It seems that they aren't too worried about Happy's temporary control of the high ground. The low ground is the inner circle of the map, with a smaller circumference, so it's not possible for Happy to occupy a high position and continually suppress Tiny Herb, Li Yibo said. That's right. Tiny Herb has moved around the inner circle and gained horizontal distance from Happy. Yes, with this position, they can more or less start their advance. All right, Tiny Herb is advancing. When the two teams face off horizontally on the stairs, the difference in height created by each step will affect many minor details. Tiny Herb must have done some special practice in this area, which is probably why they picked this map. Tiny Herb has charged up. Fuck. Li Yibo was excitedly explaining, but at the end, he let his mouth run for a moment, uttering a vulgarity during the broadcast and leaving the broadcasting team completely flustered. It was only one word, and it was too late now that it had been said, so Li Yibo had already covered his mouth. Tiny Herb charged up the stairs, but Happy's members once again descended the stairs. And from the directions given out in Happy's team chat, everyone could see what Happy's intention was. The stage in the center. The stage in the center. If we're talking about controlling the high ground, this would be the most appropriate spot. The difference with the viewing terraces on the edge of the map is that here, the inner circle is the high ground, while the outer circle is the low ground. So if they have the high ground here, Tiny Herb can't just pull away horizontally and create a breakthrough point that way, Pan Lin exclaimed. Ah, Tiny Herb has also reacted very quickly. They've immediately turned around and come down. The two sides have the same intentions. They're both rushing towards the stage now. Is this really going to be where the match is decided? The steps here aren't as numerous as at the viewing platforms, but it's still enough for 10 people to battle it out. Oh, without reaching the stage, the two sides have already started attacking. This isn't just a race. The two sides are using their attacks to control and restrict their opponent's movements. The two teams finally began to fight in earnest. Chapter 1329 Happy's Primary Target Chapter 1329 Happy's Primary Target Translator Namyami Editor Namyami Boom Boom. As always, Dancing Rain struck first with her longest attack range. However, the cannon fire did nothing to stop Tiny Herb's advance. Su Bin, Angelica, the Alliance's #1 knight, with the so-called strongest shield wall of Psi, blocked Dancing Rain's line-of-sight cannon fire. Team Tiny Herb advanced as a whole, and soon enough, 2 star cards rose from behind the wall of Psi, one high, one low. Tiny Herb had 2 witches in their midst. Star Ray. The 2 star cards cracked, releasing 2 rays of light right at Happy's formation. However, Myriad Manifestations Umbrella Shield. Lord Grimm came to the head of the formation and opened up his Myriad Manifestations umbrella, blocking the attacks like Su Bin's Angelica. The two sides were now at mid-range of one another. Stringer Sky-Piercing Strike. Happy's Dancing Rain and Boundless Sea launched attacks simultaneously. This was clearly an AI attack that Su Bin's Angelica alone didn't have the ability to block. As for Tiny Herb, the 2 witches once again struck as one. Lava Flask, Acid Rain Flask. The 2 flasks had only just been tossed when, with 2 bangs, Lord Grimm's Myriad Manifestations had already switched to gun form, smoke rising from the muzzle. The 2 flasks had barely gone anywhere before they were smashed, lava and acid rain spraying across Tiny Herb's formation. Naturally, it wouldn't harm them, but this skill was clearly useless against Happy too. Instead, Happy's stinger had arrived above their heads. Scatter. Team Tiny Herb's characters scattered in all directions. Just as they dodged the stinger, Gao Yingji's kind tree was already charging up the stairs towards the arena. Their offensive might have been stopped, but utilizing their need to dodge Happy's offensive, they could gain the higher ground first. Plus, on these steps, Happy didn't have anyone who could move as swiftly as a witch, thus they had to attack to prevent this. Laser cannon. A beam of light came roaring out from Dancing Rain's cannon, but it wasn't headed for Kind Tree. Vacaria. Dancing Rain's target was, shockingly, Vacaria. As they scattered to avoid the stinger, Tiny Herb's members lost Su Bin's Angelica's protection. Dancing Rain's attack was surprisingly sent towards Vacaria. What sort of decision was this? Wasn't the crux of the current battle fighting for the high ground? Happy wasn't going to try and stop Kind Tree. Did they have other plans? The three in the broadcasting room were puzzled. However, the pace of the battle didn't give them time to consider this problem carefully. Dragon breaks the ranks. Soft Mist charged out from Happy's formation, yet her target was also Vacaria. Boundless Sea, Lord Grim, all of Happy's characters had begun to attack, but their targets were all clear as day. Wang Jixi, Vacaria. Tiny Herb's best player, Tiny Herb's most powerful character. Happy actually decided to charge straight at this wall from the beginning of the match. They ignored Kind Tree, who had charged towards the arena to gain the higher ground. Happy didn't seem to have any intentions to fight over this with Tiny Herb. No way. Happy's main target is Wang Jixi, Pan Lin yelled. Heh, what a joke, Ryuan Cheng sneered. This. Li Yibo fell silent, not sure what to think of this. He felt that Happy's strategy was irrational, so there must be something else to Happy's plans. He'd wait before judging. So this is your plan? Wang Jixi gazed at the attacks headed for him. Vacaria sidestepped the laser cannon, jumping on his broom and circling in the air, causing Soft Mist's dragon breaks the ranks to miss and leaving her 5 body units behind. Wang Jixi ignored these obvious attacks, attention fixed on the other two who were charging over. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim and Fang Rui's Boundless Sea. What were these two planning to do? Wang Jixi had seen through Happy's intentions, but he didn't try to avoid them, instead heading straight at them. Chi Blade. Boundless Sea struck first, sending out a knife hand that escaped almost everyone's notice. However, it didn't escape Wang Jixi's gaze. Vacaria once again spun himself as he flew, dodging the wave of chi from the Chi Blade with alarming precision. Lord Grim and Boundless Sea were now right in front of him, and he quickly gave them a dispersed powder. However, there was no chance that these two would be struck so easily. One left and one right, they jumped to the side to avoid it. Shadow Cloak. Lord Grim flung a hand forwards, sending a grasping shadow at Vacaria. Vacaria swerved at an incredibly strange angle in midair, managing to dart out of the shadow. Shadow Cloak. Vacaria used the exact same skill in response. Lord Grim jumped back, but the Shadow Cloak continued to advance, unwilling to let him go. However, just as it was about to catch him, the shadows seemed to split and a figure darted through. Dragon Tooth. Lord Grim had went right through Vacaria's Shadow Cloak with a dragon tooth. What bold judgment and mechanics! Would countering be possible if they waited for their opponent to make the first move? Too many people were unable to make such a judgment. Beauty Wang Jixi could. He could detect these minuscule timings, so he couldn't let Ye Xiu do as he wished. Vacaria immediately retreated, dodging the attack, but tightly following this, a flash of cold light appeared in his view. Lord Grim had darted to his side with a shining cut. Swerve. Vacaria once again swerved through the air, dodging Lord Grim's attack. His swift flight speed allowed him to pull away from Lord Grim by a full 2 body units. The other members of Tiny Herb didn't just stand and watch their captain get ganged up on. At a time like this, with Wang Jixi luring in the opponent's offensive, the others did what any core player of a powerhouse team would do and took the chance to find opportunities to attack. Charge. As Vacaria swerved elegantly through the air, Su Bin's Angelica was already charging over. Triple slash. Liu Xiaobi's flying swords had also rapidly approached Fang Rui's Boundless Sea, interrupting the attack he was about to launch at Vacaria. It was just that Gao Yingji's Kind Tree seemed to be a little out of sync with the rest of the team. With Happy's strategic intentions exposed, his position made him seem like he had been lured away. However, Was Happy really trying to take out Vacaria? Were they really going to kick this wall of tiny herbs from the get-go? Gao Yingji was suspicious. Should he really give up such a good position, shattering the lands? Gao Yingji had yet to make a decision when Soft Mist, after her unsuccessful dragon breaks the ranks, had already charged back. This level 75 skill had been thrown rampantly towards the three tiny herb members over there. Boom! The magical energy seeped through the cracks into the ground. Liu Xiaobi dodged nimbly. On the other hand, Su Bin used Angelica's impressive defense to tank the hit and quickly headed towards Soft Mist, who was stuck in her ending lag. Vacaria was even more elegant. The moment shattering the land struck, he had sped out of range, and the moment the magical energy began to disperse, he was already back, launching an offensive on Soft Mist with Su Bin's Angelica. Satellite Beam. That was when the launcher's high-level skill descended from the skies, covering Soft Mist. The smaller beams whirled out from the center, aiming to strike at the two. However, Angelica raised his shield, catching the beam that crashed down on him and breaking through with brute force. Vacaria, on the other hand, gave a display of impressive agility, darting through the gaps between the beams without a scratch. The broom swung up, but noticing an attack coming from the side, Wang Jixi had to have Vacaria dodge once more. Lord Grimm had already arrived in front of him. Yingji, keep an eye on Boundless Sea. Xiaobi, go after the healer. In the tiny herb team chat, Wang Jixi calmly made strategic arrangements. Against Happy's strategy, Tiny Herb was finally making arrangements to counter. Boundless Sea. After hesitating for a moment, Gao Yingji, having already decided to give up this vantage point, began to search for the Qi Master's form with orders from his captain. Because the player was Fang Rui, the master of dirty play, his presence and intentions could become a major threat to Tiny Herb at any time. Tiny Herb did not dare underestimate him, even having someone go to keep an eye on him. Whoosh! Kind Tree flew down from the arena, advancing straight towards Boundless Sea. Fang Rui had already noticed, but wasn't willing to give up on the attack he was prepping. Seismic Throw. Boundless Sea slammed his palms onto the ground and Qi rushed at Angelica and Vacaria, who were advancing on Soft Mist. Soft Mist had managed to get out of her ending lag by then, and used the opening Boundless Sea's seismic throw created, Tyrant's Destruction. Retreat. Angelica and Vacaria had to back away to dodge the sweep attack, and Soft Mist then sent forth a sky strike, the angle of it pulling them both in range. But Angelica threw his shield forth and turned, knocking the blow to one side. Vacaria then advanced, sweeping Soft Mist into the air. However, this knock-up skill of witches was the worst of all 24 classes. The knock-up height was very limited. Usually, witches would fly up and use their broom and their other special methods of attack to send the target higher and higher. However, Vacaria wasn't given that opportunity. Lord Grimm's attacks once again came down on him. Clang! Vacaria's Stardust Extermination parried Lord Grimm's myriad manifestations umbrella, and a figure flashed by behind Vacaria. Kind Tree. Though Wang Jixi had told him to keep an eye on Boundless Sea, the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. Orders shouldn't be ignored, but oftentimes, players had to judge the situation and make decisions on their own. Seeing that Vacaria needed a helping hand with continuing his offensive and that Kind Tree was close enough, Gao Yingji immediately flew over to continue the attack that had been blocked by Lord Grimm. Chapter 1330 Joint Attack. Chapter 1330 Joint Attack. Translator, Namiyami. Editor. Namiyami. Could Kind Tree hit Soft Mist? Everyone was nervously watching for this, but then heard, with a slink, a blade of sword energy unsheath and arc through the air. Sword draw, this close. Li Yibo exclaimed in shock. Yes, Lord Grimm and Vacaria stood so close, and at such a distance sword draw shouldn't have had a chance to be used. Before the sword even came out of the sheath, it would have probably already been suppressed. However, right now, Lord Grim's sword draw successfully arced through the air in a circle. Not only did Wang Jixi not block the attack, but he was jumping back to dodge as well, and Kind Tree behind him was instantly exposed to the sword energy of this sword draw. Gao Yingji wasn't slow, but it was too late now. Blood splashed into the air, and his advance had been pushed back by Lord Grim's sword draw. How did this sword draw find its way out? Everything had happened too quickly, and no one had been paying attention to that moment. Playback. During such an intense moment, how could they have time to watch a playback? It was unfortunate, but probably only Wang Jixi was the only other person who understood why sword draw was successful. It was because Lord Grim's weapon was the myriad manifestations umbrella. The ribs of the umbrella at the top flipped up into spear form had stopped Stardust Extermination's attack. At the same time, the bottom of the shaft was unsheathed into sword form in a sword draw, allowing Lord Grim to successfully use this skill at such a distance. For any normal blade master, it would be impossible to parry another's attacks and use sword draw at the same time. In other words, this was a pace that was unique to unspecialized Lord Grim, the unspecialized blitz that no one had been able to counter yet. If you didn't experience it personally, then it really was hard to notice. Wang Jixi thought to himself, already back on the offensive after dodging sword draw's sword energy. Xiaobi behind you. At the same time, he sent this message. Schlink. Sword draw appeared once more on the field. Liu Xiaobi didn't even look. His flying swords turned halfway and sent out a wave of sword energy. Behind him, Boundless Sea was charging over. Fang Rui naturally couldn't see Wang Jixi's warning, and this attack came abruptly to him. It was just unfortunate that this wasn't the best distance for such an attack. Wang Jixi was in an intense battle himself, after all. A warning was already good enough. There was no way he could help Liu Xiaobi calculate the timing, too. His relatively far distance gave Fang Rui enough time to react. Boundless Sea jumped backwards, avoiding the strike, but Liu Xiaobi couldn't just ignore Boundless Sea and continue attacking Little Cold Hands. He immediately made a decision to advance on Boundless Sea. That was when Little Cold Hands raised his cross and began to cast, a holy white light shining like a flame on the cross. Xiaobi, behind you. On the field, Tiny Herb's 5 members had different views of the field, and it was natural for them to warn others of these sneak attacks when they saw it. Right then, it was Tiny Herb's healer, Yuan Baking, that saw Little Cold Hands casting. He realized with a single glance that Little Cold Hands wasn't aiming to heal, but to attack. This was a sacred fire. Seeing another warning, Liu Xiaobi knew who was behind him. Striking wouldn't be able to interrupt the other this time. He could only dodge. Move turn. Flying swords rapidly dodged to one side. Now he didn't dare let either Boundless Sea nor Little Cold Hands out of his sight. He was trying to find a good vantage point now. As for Little Cold Hands' attack, he must have dodged it, right? Indeed, he had dodged it, and the sacred fire didn't even touch flying swords. Just as the holy white flame jumped, Little Cold Hands turned, and Yuan Baking realized that something was wrong. Captain. He never would have thought that Little Cold Hands' sacred fire wasn't directed at Liu Xiaobi's flying swords, but at Wang Jixi's Vacaria. His incorrect warning not only interrupted the offensive flying swords who was charging at Boundless Sea, but also made Wang Jixi let his guard down. Damn it. Yuan Baking was frustrated with himself. However, even if he could go back and redo things, what should he do? Little Cold Hands had such precise control over the timing of skills, able to finishing adjusting his aim at the very last moment of his casting. Even if he had realized that Vacaria was being targeted and gave such a warning, Little Cold Hands would probably adjust sacred fire so that it was aimed at flying swords instead. The other acted in accordance to Tiny Herb's actions. He couldn't not warn, but doing so didn't do them any good. The only way would have been to interrupt the skill. Unfortunately, it was too late now. The holy white sacred fire flared, and Wang Jixi, facing off against the unspecialized blitz, was oblivious to the danger. And Wenyi's judgment was precise, and the sacred fire vanished practically the moment it flared. But everyone could see how this holy white flame latched itself onto Vacaria's form. Not bad at all. Vacaria's view clearly turned towards little cold hands for a moment, seeming to have glanced towards the young player over there. However, how much use would it be? Wang Jixi didn't panic at all and didn't make any extra actions apart from the glance he gave little cold hands. He didn't stop either. Vacaria was still doing whatever he had been doing before. Sacred fire's 3 seconds of silence could be fatal, but for a witch, they used all sorts of magic tools to strengthen their brooms in close combat. They had little to no skills which were directly used to attack. Using tools to strengthen their broom in the end, the effects were only displayed through normal attacks. In the next 3 seconds, Vacaria had merely lost the enhancements from his magic tools, weakening his attacks. To a witch, this wasn't a fatal blow. In fact, he didn't even need to stop his offensive. Normal attacks, Vacaria had already been using normal attacks originally. Stardust extermination continued to sweep forth, and Lord Grimm swung his myriad manifestations umbrella parry. However, in the moment he parried Stardust extermination, Lord Grimm's figure suddenly swayed. A seemingly useless action, but like that, a bloom of light appeared in front of Wang Jixi's eyes. Heat-seeking missiles. Sweep it away. Stardust extermination had just been knocked to the side by the myriad manifestations umbrella. It was too late. Dodge it. Heat-seeking missiles AI wasn't small, and he was also under the silencing effect of sacred fire and was thus unable to fly on his broom. The other member of his team wouldn't be able to get there in time to help, so Wang Jixi could only watch as the missile plummeted towards him, boosted by the flames it spat and splitting the air with a piercing howl. Boom! The immense mushroom cloud enveloped Vacaria's form at once, and the other members of Tiny Herb could only watch, unable to help. They even had to be careful that they themselves weren't caught up in the shockwave. The 3 seconds of sacred fire's silence also ended then, but all of Happy's members launched attacks at that swaying but still present figure in the smoke. Flash burst. Furious Dragon strikes the heart. X1 extruder. 3 characters, 3 directions, in addition to Lord Grimm who stuck to Vacaria's side. Their attacks disregarded all else. Tiny Herb didn't just have Wang Jixi, after all, they still had Su Bin, still had Gao Yingji, still had Liu Xiaobi, but Happy completely ignored these 3 attackers, even if attacks came towards them. They might not be able to stop these attacks, but they could disrupt them. So long as there was an opening in the opponent's formation, Wang Jixi would be able to get Vacaria out. All of Tiny Herb's members were infinitely confident in that, so they each chose their quickest attacks. Star Refraction. Gao Yingji's Kind Tree cast out a star card. Roar. Su Bin's Angelica bellowed, releasing the knight's Aya taunt skill. Shadow Steps. Liu Xiaobi's flying swords immediately split into 8, all swarming forwards to disrupt Happy's offensive. Even Yuan Baking's auto, seeing that he was being ignored, silently began to cast a hypnosis, whose skill would be faster. After Star Refraction's star card cracked open, Star Ray shot out, striking each of Happy's members. However, Dancing Rain's X1 extruder had already been released, and attacking the character wouldn't knock the X1 extruder off course. Knocked by the refraction, Soft Mist swayed to the side, but Dancing Fire Flowing Flame in her hand remained on course under her mechanics. Fang Rui once again displayed his cunning as a master of dirty play. Before the Star Refraction hit, he purposefully turned Boundless Sea slightly, and thus, the attack knocked Boundless Sea back to his original position. Lord Grimm, well, his actions were even more simple. Myriad manifestations umbrella opened up and he just ignored everything behind him. As for Angelica's roar, the knight's aggro-pulling skill was the ultimate counter to this sort of focused attack, but Su Bin wasn't so optimistic. He had a knight's roar, but his opponents weren't bereft of a method to stop it, calm and composed. Fang Rui's boundless sea immediately stopped his flash burst when Angelica used roar, releasing a calm and composed instead. All characters in range would be cleared of fear, taunts, and other such statuses. Knowing that the opponent had a Qi master, Su Bin had already expected this, however. This at least interrupted Boundless Sea's flash burst, and that would at least give Vacaria an opening, right? In the yet-to-disperse smoke, Vacaria's form charged in Boundless Sea's direction as expected, but in the next moment Lord Grimm had darted in front of him. Swerve! Vacaria flicked the handle of his broom, changing direction in midair and flying low with the body bowed. Shining cut. With a flash of cold light, Lord Grimm once again flashed in front of Vacaria. Swerve again. Vacaria turned a full right angle. Charge, Lord Grimm skidding in front of him. Swerve again. This time Vacaria shot upwards towards the sky. There was a humming sound, and Wang Jixi recognized it as the sound of rotor wings. Lord Grimm had flown up as well. Too slow. Watching Lord Grimm use that skill in an attempt to fly up and block him, Wang Jixi felt rather incredulous. Captain, behind you. However, he soon saw such a warning in the team chat, 4 such warnings, one from each player. Too late. Furious dragon strikes the heart pierced through his chest. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. Chapter 1331, Forceful. Chapter 1331, Forceful Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami. Blood sprayed into the air. Everyone could clearly see the way soft mists dancing fire flowing flame impaled Vacaria. How could it be? The crowd stared, dumbstruck with gasps of shock. First consumed by a heat-seeking missile, then pierced through the chest by soft mist spear. This was Therat most reliable captain, Wang Jixi, and their most powerful character of their team, Vacaria. Yet now he was hanging from the spear of that disgrace who had promised to 1v3 like helpless prey. What a joke! How could this happen? This couldn't be real. The audience in the stadium couldn't accept what was happening before their eyes, but the match wouldn't wait for them. Soft M-Mist retracted her spear, and Vacaria's Stardust Extermination seemed like it was about to fly up again. But before he could do so, Lord Grimm arrived from above and crashed down. Eagle Stamp. Vacaria was sent to the ground. Chi Blast. Boundless Sea had readied a high-level skill, and the Termaless Chi energy was blasted into Vacaria's body. His magic robe swelled up and blood seemed to spray once more from where soft mist had impaled him. The Chi energy silently broke Vacaria down from the inside out, and Dancing Rain's X1 extruder arrived. Vacaria was pulled in, unable to resist. Liu Xiaobi's Shadow Step clones flashed in and out, but from beginning to end, no one evener really paid the clones any mind. Happy seemed to only see Vacaria. The only attacks they went to deal with were the ones that would disrupt their offensive on Vacaria. For example, Lord Grimm landed once more and turned, suddenly shooting a bullet behind him. The bullet flew, heading directly for their cleric Otto. He had been so close to finishing that long cast for hypnosis, but in the final moments Lord Grimm had struck him. Boom! The X1 extruder finally exploded, and Vacaria was once more consumed by light and fire. The audience couldn't keep watching, and nor could the members of Tiny Herb on or off stage. This was their captain, the one that had always led them forth. How could he be toyed with by Happy like that? Formless Phantom Blade. Liu Xiaobi's flying swords threw forth a wave of sword light wildly and crazily, cutting through the fire and light. Gao Yingji's kind tree also darted into the sky with a broom tornado and then dropped down swiftly. Knight's Spirit. Su Bin activated Angelica's awakening skill, and Angelica, under Night's spirit, used a fair heroic leap, leaping to the other end with an earth-shaking landing. Tiny Herb's three members stood steady around their captain, protecting him. But charged artillery, spirit reaches to the rainbow. That was when Dancing Rain and Boundless Sea simultaneously launched attacks, both using charged Ayahs in a pincer attack. Even Angelica's Sighing Wall wouldn't be able to block these two attacks completely. These were the awakening skills of Dancing Rain and Boundless Sea, their specialty being that they could both be charged. After charging, their power was immense. No matter if it was the explosion that charged artillery created or the eruption of chi from spirit reaches to the rainbow, neither of these were something that a shield could block completely. Dodging was a priority, but what about their captain? Would he have the time to dodge this wave of attacks? Dodge. In the Team Tiny Herb chat, an order appeared from their captain, clear as crystal. Everyone was mentally jolted back to clarity, and the Tiny Herb fans in the stadium began to cheer once more, and this was just an order. Tiny Herb hadn't even done anything yet. However, if that's what the captain wanted, then they had to dodge. Su Bin, Gao Yingji and Liu Xiaobi all scattered in their own direction and prepared to counterattack in accordance with their own observations and judgments. Wang Jixi's Vacaria had also raised his Stardust extermination. Happy really is bold. In the broadcasting room, Pan Lin's comment was thus after he had finished admiring Happy's performance, wide-eyed in surprise. Directly choosing Wang Jixi as their main target was a bold enough strategy from Happy, but what was shocking was that they were carrying it out pretty well. It's rare to see someone who can place Wang Jixi at such a disadvantage, Pan Lin noted. Perhaps he's the only one. Li Yibo replied. Pan Lin naturally knew who the he Li Yibo was talking was. Ye Xiu, there was only Ye Xiu, the Ye Xiu that had been at the peak of glory when Wang Jixi had only just joined the alliance. Compared to the legend of 3 consecutive championships, Wang Jixi was a mere best rookie in Season 3. It was impressive that he didn't hit rookie's block, but faced with the one who erected a dynasty of 3 consecutive championships, it was nothing. One, an ultimate god that had dominated the heavens like the sun, and the other, simply the most talented of a bunch of newbies. Against Wang Jixi, what did Ye Xiu have to fear or worry about? Nothing. Nothing at all. Happy could execute such a bold plan of attack because this member of Team Happy wasn't someone who feared and respected Wang Jixi like most players. Attack, only relentless attack. When Su Bin and the other two scattered, Wang Jixi noticed that Happy's characters didn't react. They continued to fixate on the center of the pincer attack on Wang Jixi's Vacaria. Wasn't this a little too stubborn of them? Wang Jixi was surprised. Happy seemed to have set killing him as their ultimate goal. Were they not going to consider the result of this team competition any longer? Otherwise, why would they play in such an unbalanced way style? Why would they be so relentlessly stubborn in focusing their offense on him, even at such risks? Their attacks might be successful, but they'd pay a higher price to do so. Had they not thought of that? Or perhaps had they thought of it but were ignoring it? Wang Jixi's Vacaria had already hopped onto Stardust Extermination, prepared to escape the terrifying attack Happy was launching. However, that was when Ye Xiu, Lord Grim and Tang Ru's soft mist charged over. They had done nothing when Su Bin and Co. had escaped, but when Vacaria moved, they immediately acted. This wasn't a good situation at all. If they came back to save him, then they would be hit by the 2 awakening skills. If they didn't, then there'd be little chance he could throw the both of them off, and those 2 skills were about to arrive. Was having the 3 of them dodge a bad judgment call? Should they have gathered their strength to break through one side? In that moment, many thoughts flashed through Wang Jixi's mind. This match, the simple map, had come to a situation that was rather complicated. The practice they had put into using this map's terrain to their own advantage had been for naught. The battle had erupted here. If they purposefully went to use the strategy they had originally planned with the steps, it might just have the opposite effect. But at least, they had to figure out their opponent's strategic intentions. Boom! The explosive power of the charged artillery was immense, and the thunderous boom blanketed everything. Meanwhile, Boundless Sea's spirit reaches to the rainbow seemed to have been charged, until it became tangible, finally blasting Vacaria as well. This time, he failed to escape. Happy's members were more or less completely ignoring the other three members of Tiny Herb, fixated on Wang Jixi. This definitely wasn't normal for any match. But this time, Happy had finally paid the price for such an unbalanced arrangement. Su Bin and Co., realizing that they had been ignored, turned back to counterattack and more or less repaid them for the damage Happy had dealt to Vacaria in full. "Isn't Happy being a little too bullheaded?" Pan Lin called out, unable to comprehend their thought process. At first, their encirclement of Wang Jixi really was very spectacular and successful, but this time, this was clearly an unequal trade. However, Happy still stubbornly tried to take out Vacaria first, and what they traded for that was the advantage they had worked so hard to build up. Happy is truly too naive if they think it'll be so easy to defeat Tiny Herb's ace. Ryuan Cheng laughed, as if having completely forgotten how his soul had practically left his body when Wang Jixi had been beaten down. "Happy is really being very forceful today," Li Yibo noted. "Heh, so this style is called being forceful. Maybe we could use a different adjective like reckless." Ryuan Cheng's brain, particularly clever when it came to hating on Happy, once again got to work. "Have you two noticed Fang Rui's performance today?" Li Yibo said. "Fang Rui, Boundless Sea." The two were both deep in thought. "Don't you two think that today's Fang Rui is particularly not Fang Rui? He hasn't done any dirty sneaking around, ambushes, or strange tricks. Today, he hasn't used the style he's used to. Today, he's fighting openly and directly like a normal Qi master," Li Yibo explained. "Is he perhaps planning on changing styles again?" Ryuan Cheng considered. "I don't think so. I think it's just because their offensive strategy today requires him to play such a role," Li Yibo analyzed. "Offensive strategy? What offensive strategy?" Ryuan Cheng laughed. "Risk everything to wipe Wang Jixi out," Li Yibo replied. "Heh," Ryuan Cheng laughed again. "Too bad that this is a team competition. Defeating one person doesn't mean defeating the whole team, no. No matter how central to the team. With this recklessness, I'm really curious how many of them will be left when they finish executing this offensive strategy of theirs. How many will be left? It almost seemed like Happy really didn't care about this. Attack. Relentlessly, furiously attack. Anything that didn't affect their offensive against Vacaria, they ignored it, even if it would harm their characters or send them into a danger zone. Rising Dragon soars the sky. Flash burst. The last time. This was the last time. Boundless Sea sent his Qi energy into Vacaria's body, and then the dragon condensed from the magical energy of Rising Dragon soars the sky roared as it crushed Vacaria between its jaws. A net of sword energy instantly unleashed itself onto Boundless Sea. Fang Rui didn't seem to care about his own life, simply turning around for the last time. He saw Su Bin's sword slam down against Soft Mist's head. The magical energy swirling around her instantly dispersed. He saw the ground approach rapidly, but he could no longer quick recover. He saw Vacaria far off, encircled by the magical energy of Rising Dragon soars the sky, which exploded along with the Qi energy that had injected through Flash Burst. Chapter 1332, A New Future. Chapter 1332, A New Future. Translator, Namiyami. Editor, Namiyami. These guys actually did it. Under the eruption of Rising Dragon soars the sky and Flash Burst, Vacaria's health was finally wiped out. Their healer couldn't make it in time to provide support, and Vacaria fell without resistance. However, Happy had also paid a high price for this. Soft Mist and Boundless Sea, as they dealt this last blow together, had been killed by Tiny Herb's furious offensive. 3 characters wiped out at the same time. This was truly a rare and devastating trade. The entire stadium was sent into shock. The 3 in the broadcasting room were speechless. Bang, bang, 2 gunshots. In that moment, even the players on the field were stunned, their rhythm slowing. Only one person was still doing as they should. In the face of such a devastating situation, he hadn't been affected in the slightest. He didn't even spare a glance for the 3 fallen characters before his character switched targets and charged. Lord Grimm's 2 gunshots had been aimed at Gao Yingji's kind tree. Naturally, they wouldn't have been able to successfully execute this sort of kill without ceasing the opponent's healer. Tiny Herb's auto was being blasted by dancing rain to the point where he was completely incapable of acting. Happy's little cold hands, on the other hand, was being knocked witless by Gao Yingji's kind tree. The kill had only just happened, yet Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm had already turned his fire towards his next target. With bullets on the way, Lord Grimm used movement skills to flash to Kind Tree's side. Gao Yingji was a little out of it because of what had just happened and was easily blasted into the air by Lord Grimm. Everyone snapped back to reality, seemingly only just realizing what had happened on the field. Wang Jixi, Vacaria, Tiny Herb's core, the strongest part of their team, had been destroyed by Happy. The stadium went silent. No one had any grasp of the weight of the 1-for-2 trade. The audience only noticed one thing. Vacaria had fallen, Wang Jixi was out of the match. What now? Such a thought took over the hearts of countless fans. With Wang Jixi gone, they were lost. They were used to seeing Wang Jixi lead Tiny Herb to victory, vying for the championship cup year after year, season after season, match after match. From the 3rd season, when he took the role of captain onwards, the regular season, the playoffs, sponsorship matches, sparring matches, exhibition matches, Tiny Herb's 398 matches, their captain Wang Jixi was always present. No matter when, he would be on the field to lead his team. No matter when, so long as he was there on the field, everyone would feel secure. But now, Wang Jixi was the first to be sent out of the match. In all these years, it wasn't that no team had ever tried. It was that no one that they could remember had ever succeeded. But now, in front of their very eyes, the one thing that had never happened in all these years had, and in their home game too, executed by a team that was new to the alliance. The match isn't over. On the screen, in Tiny Herb's team chat, a message suddenly popped up. After Kind Tree had been sent flying by Lord Grimm, Gao Yingji was the first one to clearly understand. Their captain had been killed, but the match wasn't over. In the current situation, Tiny Herb's Wang Jixi, his Vacaria had been wiped out, but they still had Su Bin, Gao Yingji, Liu Ziobi, and Yuan baking on the field. Their 6th player Liang Fang had also switched in automatically. For Happy, 2 of their characters had been killed and their 6th player Kaio Yifan had been switched in. Currently, only Ye Xiu, Sima Cheng and Wenyi were there with Gao Yingji and his teammates. Their captain was no longer there, but Tiny Herb still held a clear advantage in numbers. They couldn't just stop and stare. Happy over there was at a disadvantage, yet their performance was still as stable as ever. Ye Xiu had immediately saved Little Cold Hands, and Sima Cheng's dancing rain was still blasting their healer, Auto, as she ran to regroup. It's a 4 versus 3 right now, and we hold the advantage, Gao Yingji told himself again and again. But what should they do? After telling himself that, he then questioned himself. Should he be making arrangements for what they were to do next? Gao Yingji knew of the expectations his team had of him, and the future his captain hoped he could shoulder. He always worked hard for this, yet when this moment was placed in front of him like this, ever so abrupt, he floundered. After he sent that message, the match isn't over, he didn't know what to do next. This shouldn't be. Even if he were just a normal team member, he shouldn't feel so lost, so adrift. He had to do something. You're going to be the one to shoulder Tiny Herb's future. His captain's voice echoed in his ears ever so clearly, yet the current him was unable to shoulder such responsibilities. He couldn't even do what he had to do on the field like a normal player. With Vacaria dead, Tiny Herb's morale has been severely impacted. Even the commentator Pan Lin could see what state Tiny Herb's players were in. After Vacaria had been sent from the match, they had lost their way, flailing in the match without direction. They had the advantage in numbers. Their opponents were right there in front of them, but it was Happy's 3 that had managed to adjust first, and it was Happy's 3 who took the initiative to attack. Tiny Herb won't just lose like that, will they? The difference in the states of mind of the players had Pan Lin doubting Tiny Herb despite their advantage. Not everyone, Li Yibo said, abrupt. What? Pan Lin didn't get what this was referring to. Su Bin, Ruan Cheng yelled. Wang Jixi really had been sent from the match by Happy. This was shocking, but fortunately it hadn't been without dire consequences for Happy. 1 for 2. Happy had killed off their opponent's core player, but Dong So had sent themselves into a disadvantage in numbers. Their actions didn't seem worth it. However, Ruan Cheng soon realized he was wrong. From the reaction of the audience and the players of Tiny Herb, he finally truly understood what Wang Jixi was to Tiny Herb. He was no normal core player. He was their heart, their foundation, their hope, their confidence. Anything that they needed to continue fighting, Tiny Herb only had because of Wang Jixi. And now he had fallen. What he left to the players on the field was shock, the unknown, the sense of being lost, anxiety. However, there was one exception. Su Bin, a player who debuted in the 6th season and transferred to Tiny Herb from 301 Degrees. He had been a part of Tiny Herb for 1.5 years, seeing great improvement and even becoming an all-star, becoming Glory's #1 knight. He adapted to Tiny Herb well, but in the end he transferred over. He had only been a part of the team for a 1.5 years. Compared to the players of Tiny Herb who were born and raised there, his dependence on Wang Jixi wasn't that strong. When Vacaria had fallen, he felt the same shock, but he didn't lose his cool, nor did he stop. He had dealt with soft mist and had prepared to continue this offensive, but he hadn't expected that all his teammates would suddenly stagnate. Su Bin had intended to team up with Gao Yingji and gang up on Little Cold Hands. So long as they got rid of Happy's healer, then their victory was pretty much assured. Who would have thought that Happy would adjust themselves even faster? Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm swiftly came back to support, and Suma Cheng's Dancing Rain also hurried over to regroup. However, what was more shocking to Su Bin was that Gao Yingji's kind tree had been easily blasted away by Lord Grimm. Angelica, having prepared to charge over and help him, could only stop. Then, seeing Gao Yingji's message, he thought that there would be some sort of arrangement forthcoming. Though he had only come to Tiny Herb a 1.5 years ago, he had been named vice-captain. However, Su Bin knew with clarity that Tiny Herb's future captain was Gao Yingji. He was certain to be the one who would take up Vacaria and continue Tiny Herb's fight after Wang Jixi abdicated from his position. As for Su Bin, he would always be a supporting character. Su Bin wasn't that ambitious and didn't have any complaints about this arrangement. After Vacaria was defeated, the match would go to Gao Yingji's control, so he was still that vice-captain, the knight that would stand by his king. Yet after Su Bin saw Gao Yingji, the one who should take over, type that message into the chat, the other had fallen silent. In contrast, Happy's 3 players adjusted themselves decisively, swiftly removing themselves from the devastating trade and beginning to counterattack. Boom boom, Dancing Rain's missiles soared over. No matter how lost Gao Yingji was, his instincts as a pro player were solid. The opponent had attacked, and if he didn't know to dodge, then he deserved to die. Following Happy's attacks, Liu Xiaobi and Yuan Baking started waking up, facing the current situation with a more focused mind. They still had the advantage. That was obvious to them. But what should they do next? Everyone looked to Gao Yingji's kind tree tiny herb had always revolved around their witches. Their strategy and playstyle revolved around the witch. They needed a hero to guide them. The tiny herb of the past only had a Vacaria. He was so dependable, always there to guide them on the battlefield. But now, they also had a kind tree. The dual witch arrangement made them feel like they had two safety nets. However, everyone knew that this was merely a transitional period, slowly shifting the core of their team. Wang Jixi, debuting in the third season, was coming to the end of his pro career. Of the talented players debuting in the same season, Zhao Yang had already retired and Yang Kong had abdicated from his position as ace, changing playstyles. Only Wang Jixi remained the way he was on the very first day, shouldering the entire team, allowing them to lean on him. But now it was time to switch players. From today onwards, another would hold up this team. Yingji, Liu Xiaobi called out in the team chat. They were doing their all to avoid Happy's attacks. Though it was 4 against 3, they needed some sort of team tactic. They needed someone to lead them into battle, and that person should be Gao Yingji. But what should I do? Gao Yingji gazed at their opponent, their numbers depleted yet still closing in. Ye Xiu, Sima Cheng, even against Tiny Herb, who had won 2 championships, they were still the best partners on the field. Could he do it? Gao Yingji gazed into the distance as if his and Team Tiny Herb's new future was over there. Chapter 1333, Overlapping Ghost Boundaries. Chapter 1333, Overlapping Ghost Boundaries. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. Go Yingji, will follow your pace. In Tiny Herb's team chat, Liu Xiaobi sent this message. As a longtime teammate of Gao Yingji's, he could sense the other players' confusion and panic. If he's still not confident enough, then let's help him establish confidence. Aren't we used to supporting a witch? No matter who it is, we'll go along with him. Go. Su Bin understood Liu Xiaobi's intentions and also encouraged Gao Yingji. At the same time, their healer player Yuan Baking was controlling Auto, preparing to give aid to the whole team. With the encouragement of his teammates, Gao Yingji's emotions gradually steadied. He was carrying everyone's hopes. How could he let them down? He had to carry Tiny Herb's future. Go. Gao Yingji also sent a message in the chat displaying his state of mind to his teammates, and after that the witch-kind tree once again took flight. Target, Little Cold Hands. Gao Yingji decided to resume the objective that he hadn't been able to complete earlier. At the moment, they had the advantage of numbers, so there should be many openings through which they could attack Little Cold Hands. If they managed to kill the opponent's healer, the game was set. But he had barely taken a few steps when he saw that Little Cold Hands was already retreating. Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm smoothly intercepted Kind Tree's path of attack. Charge past, Gao Yingji sent in the team channel. There were 3 of them, so even if he got tangled with Lord Grimm, there were still 2 others who could force their way toward Little Cold Hands. Charge, triple slash. Su Bin's Angelica and Liu Xiaobi's Flying Sword, assisting this new generation Tiny Herb witch from the left and right, rushed forward together. Boom, boom, boom. From a long range, Su Macheng's Dancing Rain had found an angle from which she could fire. With a tri-shot anti-tank missile, 3 shots fired toward the 3 of them. They each dodged with their own techniques. Gao Yingji's Kind Tree twisted in the air. Liu Xiaobi's Flying Sword changed direction on the second slash of his triple slash. Su Bin's Angelica simply used a heroic leap, aiming to land in Lord Grimm's direction. But then, boom, boom, boom. Another tri-shot anti-tank missile came, this time from Lord Grimm's myriad manifestations umbrella at a much closer distance. In the end, they burst into 3 explosions. All 3 Tiny Herb players were hit. The methods they used to dodge Su Mucheng's initial attack had all been predicted by Ye Xiu. Kind Tree and Flying Sword were directly sent tumbling by the shockwaves of the explosion, but Angelica's heroic leap had priority. Plus, he had the stronger armor of a knight, so even though he too was hit, his body was only slightly buffeted, and his offensive wasn't diminished at all. But just when he was about to land, brilliant white flames suddenly surrounded his body, and the priority of heroic leap vanished. A sacred fire from little cold hands had silenced him. Unbelievable. After sealing Vacaria, he now seals Angelica, and these predictive attacks were both made under conditions of high-speed movement. We didn't even see the sacred fire burning on the ground before it took effect. And Wenyi has truly taken the precision of this skill to the limit. Li Yibo exclaimed in shock. He too was surprised that he would save such unrestrained praise to give to Wenyi of all players. After all, at the beginning, this was the guy whose mere ability to exist in the professional scene had been questioned. Happy ignored the doubts of the outside world and insisted on keeping Wenyi as their main healer. Are they finally reaping the rewards? Li Yibo continued to exclaim. To the side, Ryuan Cheng's expression darkened. As long as there was something negative said about Happy, he would always take part, and he was extreme with his criticism. With Wenyi, for example, not only did he criticize Wenyi for having such a low skill level, he used this as a lens through which to criticize the judgment and management of Team Happy as a whole. But now, Happy's support of Wenyi brought them this kind of reward. Of course, this was the strongest retaliation toward his type of criticisms. Ryuan Cheng had opened his mouth, prepared to say something, but because Li Yibo had dragged the topic here, he had no way of adding anything. He could only shut his mouth, depressed. Sky Strike. The myriad manifestations umbrella had already become a spear in Lord Grimm's hands, thrusting directly toward the falling Angelica. At the same time, another round of fire exploded upon his body. Clearly, Dancing Rain was still helping Ye Xiu output damage from afar. But the combo didn't last too long, because Gao Yingji and Liu Xiaobi were already back. Boom! Lord Grimm used one last falling flower palm to shove Angelica toward Kind Tree. Gao Yingji immediately wanted to dodge, but a laser rifle slammed into Angelica's body again. Instantly, Angelica's body accelerated from the force of the impact and was in front of Kind Tree in the blink of an eye. Gao Yingji hadn't anticipated this and couldn't react fast enough. Angelica slammed into him, and the two became tangled together. Even though the damage from this wouldn't be too high, this interrupted Tiny Herb's offensive and put them in an unbearably weak position. Did Tiny Herb's offensive trio have no way of dealing with these two from Happy? At this time, the sixth players of both sides finally arrived. Tiny Herb, Liang Fang, Berserker Black Bamboo. Happy, Kaio Yifen, Ghostblade 1-inch Ash. We can't let them set up ghost boundaries. This was Gao Yingji's judgment at this moment, but on Happy's side, Lord Grimm was already covering 1-inch Ash as the Ghostblade prepared to cast the first ghost boundary. Dancing Rain opened fire with Gatling gun, sending a storm of bullets flying their way. The four from Tiny Herb scattered, and Angelica used the cover of his weapon-sighing wall to take the direct path. But they were still too slow. By the time the close-range fighters arrived, the light gathering on 1-inch Ash's blade was released. Ice Boundary. The boundary landed right beneath the feet of Lord Grimm and 1-inch Ash. The close-range fighters who had planned to stop him immediately had to retreat. Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm used this opening to complete a cast another ghost boundary, a sword boundary that used blade aura as a buff. Dancing Rain and Little Cold Hands entered the range of the sword and ice boundaries. Under the protection of these ghost boundaries, Happy's four players steadily began to advance their position. Ghost boundaries appeared on the map one after another. In Tiny Herb's roster, Su Bin, Liu Xiaobi and Liang Feng were all close-range classes, and after the ghost boundaries forced them out of range, their choices of attack were extremely limited. Gao Yingji's kind tree could still attack the target from outside the range of the ghost boundaries, but his attacks alone were far from enough to stop Happy's step-by-step advancement. Retreat for now. Gao Yingji made this decision. The biggest limitation of ghost boundaries was that they couldn't move. Happy had established a strong formation, so even though Tiny Herb had an extra person, they couldn't brute force their way through. They'd wanted to try this, relying on their healer, but they had nothing to show for their efforts. Boom, boom. Sima Cheng sent the Tiny Herb players on their way with a few cannon shots. Tiny Herb's players dodged, feeling depressed, when all of a sudden, Happy's little cold hands suddenly raised his weapon Holy Contract. There was a flash of brilliant light, so bright that it would attract everyone's attention. It was a hypnosis attack. Otto, Tiny Herb's cleric, instantly stopped in his tracks. His body swayed, clearly already asleep. And at this moment Lord Grimm's two hands opened outward, and a gust of chi flowed outward, cloud grasping fist. When they saw this skill, the faces of the Tiny Herb players turned ashen. Happy's formation needed the support of the ghost boundaries, so they couldn't move quickly. Yuan Baking's Otto had been far back in a secure location the whole time. Because of this, Tiny Herb hadn't worried too much about protecting him, because in their view, there was no way Happy could charge out of the ghost boundaries, and the long-range firepower of Dancing Rain or Lord Grimm alone didn't pose a great threat. But now, Happy actually pulled Otto into their formation. Tiny Herb had neglected the protection of Otto, and it was now too late to interrupt the cloud-grasping fist. There was no way they could retreat now and come back later. Disregarding everything else, all of the Tiny Herb players turned around and rushed back to rescue Otto. But Happy was prepared for this. 1-inch Ash continued to lay down ghost boundaries without rest, connecting into a chain of obstacles that hampered their movements. Just like that, Otto was pulled by Lord Grimm into Happy's formation, and the various ghost boundaries he passed through caused him to suffer all sorts of damage and status effects. As soon as he landed, Lord Grimm didn't hold back in attacking him. Dancing Rain used her firepower to continue to take care of everyone else, and Cairo Yiffin's 1-inch Ash maintained the completeness of the overlapping ghost boundaries. How did things end up like this? Gao Yingji was in a daze. It was 5 against 4. They clearly had the advantage of numbers, so why had they been countered at every step? How had they ended up in this situation where their healer was stolen away and they had no way of rescuing him? If only Captain were still here, this battle never would have become such a mess. In the end, it's because I'm useless, isn't it? Too useless. Tiny Herb's future, everyone's hope. How in the world could I ever carry that? Ah, Gao Yingji gave a shout of anger in his heart. Kind Tree, a character who could still attack from the edge of the ghost boundaries, now arrived there. Dark boundary, ice boundary. Gao Yingji studied the ghost boundaries on the ground. The status effects from these were too strong. No matter what, he couldn't enter those regions. Plague boundary. That would only decrease his defense. He could take that. But that was a trap. Gao Yingji carefully observed the positions of Happy's players. If he charged through the plague boundary, then all of the opponent's attacks could easily focus upon him. Under the defense-reducing effect of the plague boundary, the damage and effects from the attacks would all be magnified. If he tried a charge like that, he would definitely be forced back, and just the smallest mistake could result in his own death. Gao Yingji felt a rare clarity of mind. All of these thoughts flashed through his mind, and he made his judgments. He couldn't enter any of these areas sealed by the ghost boundaries. Then all that was left was Silence Boundary, a region that would lock all skills. Anyone else would skip this option without a second thought. But I'm a witch. Even with ordinary attacks, I can go in and cause some chaos. If I can interrupt one of Yifen's ghost boundaries, then my teammates can seize the opportunity to counterattack. It'll be a bit hard, but I have to try. Kind Tree, under everyone's shocked gazes, stepped into the silence boundary. His skills were instantly sealed, but his footsteps didn't halt. Was there an open area where he could stand? Was there an opening caused by switching skills that he could seize? Gao Yingji concentrated everything he had on his surroundings. His Kind Tree charged toward 1-inch ash. He was going to interrupt the opponent's array of ghost boundaries. Behind you. But at this moment, he received a warning from his teammate. He immediately tried to roll and dodge, but blood was already flying from Kind Tree's neck. Then, someone was already lifting him and carelessly tossing him to the side. Lord Grimm's silhouette had already used another movement skill to return and resume his offense against Otto. Just like that, Kind Tree was tossed into the middle of the dark boundary. The entire world went black. Chapter 1334, Decisive. Chapter 1334, Decisive. Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami, is this the end? Gao Yingji felt the dejection swelling in his heart as his camera view turned into a screen of darkness. No. But another sound rose in his heart because he felt that he heard that sentence once again. Shoulder the future of Tiny Herb. This isn't over yet. The dark boundary didn't cause any damage, only the loss of vision. The position he'd been in when he hit the ground, the direction he was facing. Kind Tree clambered to his feet, turned his body slightly to face the direct center of the ghost boundary and charged through. What? Everyone was shocked and had to double-check that dark boundary hadn't already faded. No, the dark boundary was still there, and there was no way the blind effect would fade so quickly. In other words, Gao Yingji's vision was still nothing but darkness, but he could still make such accurate controls. He had done all of this based on his memory. What incredible instinct and intuition! Kind Tree flew into the air, riding atop his broom, Morning Dew. At this moment, there was no way for him to make many precise controls. He could only use a few sweeping skills to try and disrupt the opponent. Broom Tornado. Morning Dew swung through the air, Kind Tree spun, and a tornado whipped up to win this match. He was using everything he had. Even if his skills had been sealed by the silence boundary, even if the dark boundary stole away his vision, he still refused to give up. But the audience couldn't bear to watch any longer. They couldn't bear to see Gao Yingji work so hard only to fail to accomplish anything in the end. Dancing Rain had already lifted her cannon. She aimed right at Kind Tree and shot a laser rifle right at him. Boom! The midair Kind Tree was instantly sent flying by this laser rifle. In the end, it still wasn't enough. Gao Yingji let out a sigh. This was far from an opponent he could defeat with his eyes closed. The moment that Kind Tree flew out of the area affected by the dark boundary, he recovered his sight. Gao Yingji immediately adjusted his position. Then he saw Otto trapped by countless overlapping ghost boundaries, with all sorts of status effects and damage stacking on top of him. Light and shadow intertwined. The occasional flashes were all black in color. 1-inch Ash's Takai was raised in the air. Those ghost boundaries lying upon the ground seemed to hear some sort of call, and the power of the phantom ghost became shifting and restless. Ghost Feast. In this instant, all of the phantom power exploded. The power flew in chaotic patterns through the air, searching for targets within the range of the ghost boundaries. Which Tiny Herb player would dare advance at this moment? But in the very center of the boundaries, where they all overlapped, Tiny Herb's cleric was being devoured by all of the phantom power. Boom! Another satellite beam fell from the sky. Along with the waving claws and dancing fangs of the phantom god's power, it swallowed Otto whole, leaving not a scrap of clothing. Tiny Herb's cleric fell. In that moment, for countless people, this match was decided. Tiny Herb Stadium was silent. Only the loyal, happy fans sitting in the away team audience area were jumping and singing. welcoming the crazy victory that was just about to arrive. This is really unbelievable. This adjective appeared again and again in the commentary of today's match. And this time, seeing Happy kill Tiny Herb's healer, Pan Lin once again used this adjective to describe the situation. Even though Tiny Herb had become somewhat disorganized and depressed when Happy had killed Wang Jixi earlier, they still had the absolute numbers advantage, and so most people still favored Tiny Herb. Yuan Cheng gritted his teeth as he waited for Tiny Herb to kill Happy so that he could pick apart Happy's faults one by one. But now it looked like there was no need. Tiny Herb's cleric was killed. This one move was simply too decisive. Now there probably wouldn't be any more earth-shaking miracles, would there? There wouldn't be. Enough shocking events had already happened today. After this, Tiny Herb's 4 attackers attempted to kill Little Cold Hands, but 1-inch Ash's ghost boundaries quickly gave Little Cold Hands the best protection. When Wenyi was able to stand at a secure position and focus on healing, then Lord Grimm, fighting on the front lines, could be that much more reckless in his attacks. No reversals, no comebacks. The battle ended here. Happy won their away game against Tiny Herb with a final score of 8-2. There was too much that needed to be digested, and so the stadium was a bit subdued. The players from both teams walked out of the competitor booths and met in the middle, just like they had before the team competition. But now that victory had been determined, one side could laugh heartily, while the other side could only taste bitterness. Wang Jixi, the first one killed in this team competition, calmly looked at the players of this team standing before him. Ye Xiu. Counting from when Wang Jixi had first entered the alliance, the two of them had already competed with each other for a full 7 seasons. If only speaking of their results during that time, then Ye Xiu, who had never appeared in a season finals after season 4, seemed a bit inferior to Wang Jixi, who had played in the finals 3 times and won 2 of them. Over the regular seasons, they had met 14 times, each with his share of wins and losses. In the playoffs of Season 7, the two teams met in the first round, and Tiny Herb sent home the excellent era that Ye Xiu led. It was after that battle that everyone started screaming, believing that Ye Xiu's era was over for good. But for some reason, Wang Jixi felt that he hadn't truly defeated this opponent. This wasn't only because of the achievements and trophies that both sides had accumulated. This was a feeling closer to the battlefield. The battle strength that excellent era had displayed during that playoffs match was so fragmented that even Wang Jixi, as their opponent, almost couldn't bear to watch. That battle became the last time the two of them fought. During the regular season of Season 8, before Tiny Herb and excellent era could meet, Ye Xiu announced his retirement. When he first heard the news, Wang Jixi couldn't understand it at all. The outside world believed this and that. But as his opponent, Wang Jixi only knew one thing: Ye Xiu's competitive condition was far from the point where he would need to retire. Some internal conflict must have occurred within Team Excellent Era, but all of this became unimportant with Ye Xiu's retirement. Wang Jixi's job was to lead Tiny Herb on a road of endless victory. And now, he had returned. Wang Jixi didn't know what was up with Ye Xiu becoming Ye Xiu, but either way it wasn't important. This player had used that 1.5 years of time to pull together this team standing here now, and then once again defeated Wang Jixi in battle. When was the last time I lost to this guy? Wang Jixi couldn't remember anymore. What he could remember in clear detail was Season 3, when he'd won Best Rookie. He was the so-called king of rookies, but that was nothing in front of God Ye Xiu. The world had likened his magician style to the sight of heavenly horses crossing the sky, but in front of Ye Xiu, there were none of the stunning effects of magic. One autumn leaf waved that famed silver weapon Evil Annihilation, using that battle mage style that was everywhere in the player guides, and beat his witch bloody. The excellent era that he had raised was truly invincible in that era. This time, do you plan to carry such a team once again? Congratulations, Wang Jixi said, extending his right hand toward Ye Xiu. Thank you. Ye Xiu also extended his hand and they shook. Next time we will win, said Wang Jixi. Oh, you guys, Ye Xiu laughed and looked at the line of tiny herb players arranged before him. Having lost the match, they were of course in low spirits. Gao Yingji especially seemed painfully upset. His head hung low, and the teardrops were clear to see as they fell from his eyes. Maybe if they treated you as a role model and not a crutch. When Ye Xiu said this sentence, he had already moved past and was shaking hands with the person standing next to Wang Jixi. Role model, crutch. Wang Jixi was dazed. Even when Fang Rui walked in front of him and extended his hand, he didn't react until Su Bin reminded him. He hurriedly recovered and shook hands. Is he saying that I've been working too hard all this time? But when you were in excellent era, weren't you also giving your all to carry the team on your shoulders? Wang Jixi watched Ye Xiu's retreating silhouette, which now arrived in front of Gao Yingji at the end of the line. Gao Yingji's head was bowed. He saw that someone had walked in front of him, but he didn't lift his head and only extended his right hand. You did well. Ye Xiu took the initiative to speak with him. But awareness and determination are far from enough. Who doesn't have those things? As soon as he finished speaking, he was already gone. But Gao Yingji, surprised, finally lifted his head to look at him. Behind Ye Xiu, the rest of the happy players walked by one, shaking his hand until the very last happy member. Caio Yifan. In over a year's time, young players like them could grow a lot, whether in appearance or character. Both of them had grown taller, and the childishness had faded from their faces. Gao Yingji's face was still streaked with tears, but now that he was facing his old friend, he finally reacted and hurriedly wiped his face. Caio Yifan didn't laugh at him. He pulled some tissues out of his pocket and offered them to Gao Yingji. Gao Yingji took them, but he didn't use them to wipe his tears. Yifan, you're really amazing now, Gao Yingji said. So are you, still as genius as ever, being able to play even in the dark boundary, Caio Yifan said. But what use is that? We still lost. Gao Yingji's sadness was still clear when he said this. Keep working hard, Caio Yifan said. Yes, next time I'll win for sure, Gao Yingji said. All right, Caio Yifan smiled, not fussing over how the statement "I'll win for sure" had the implication "you'll lose for sure." With that, the match came to a close. In the post-match press conference, both sides expressed extremely high praise toward their opponent's performance. In Tiny Herb's press conference, Captain Wang Jixi frequently revealed a pensive expression while answering questions, and their genius player Gao Yingji, after this failure, expressed a strength and determination that he had never shown before. Yuan Cheng had been so prepared to sarcastically mock Happy after they'd lost this battle, but in the end, he didn't even show up to Happy's press conference. But soon, the television broadcasting station received countless calls from viewers, all expressing that they'd rather hear the commentary of someone whose skill wasn't high enough than the commentary of someone as biased as Yuan Cheng. At the conclusion of round 27, Happy's away game victory against Tiny Herb was one of the more unexpected results. But aside from this, there was another surprise. Team Wind Howl, after stumbling in so many battles, finally found their footing in this match, and won 8-2 against Team Blue Rain. Chapter 1335, Don't worry about the details. Chapter 1335. Don't worry about the details. Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami. Not even Wind Howl's fans felt any hope for them, and in a match against a powerhouse like Blue Rain, not even 70% of the tickets had been sold. Many fans gathered outside of the stadium, refusing to go inside and watch, and thus expressing their displeasure for Wind Howl's recent performance. Yet it was on this night that Wind Howl won an individual competition, won the group arena, and then won the team competition. They beat the current number 2, Blue Rain, 8-2. There are many factors that can influence a match. Doing the right thing at the right time is the most efficient way to win a match. Wind Howl's offense was strong tonight, and our defense wasn't up to par, Blue Rain's captain, Ye Xiu, commented at the post-match press conference. The reporters in the audience had a very clear understanding of this match. Team Wind Howl had fallen, their fans cooled, but there was one aspect that was indisputably admirable about them. No matter how terrible their performance was, their desire for victory burned as brightly as ever. Ye Xiu's comment was a good summary. If you say that victory required doing the right thing at the right time, then the previous Wind Howl could never find that right time to do that right thing. And this time, in this team competition, Wind Howl had used an extremely crude playstyle. After their starting lineup had loaded into the map, they immediately switched their healer out for their 6th player, creating an all-DPS formation. Then, they had attacked Blue Rain, forcing their members to fight 1v1. This sort of strategy was extremely rare in the high-end pro circle. Once the 1v1 arrangement was completed by Wind Howl, Blue Rain's team was ripped asunder. Apart from their healer, Ye Xiu wasn't good at 1v1s either, making things far more difficult for Blue Rain. In the end, they were unable to regroup and support each other efficiently, losing the team competition. The right thing at the right time. The reporters digested this comment from Ye Xiu. It seemed like words of courtesy spoken post-match, but the meaning behind the words were clear. There was no need to comment any further. As for the stars of the day, Team Wind Howl, this long-awaited victory against such a powerhouse finally let them raise their heads, standing tall and confident at the press conference. The competition is just beginning, they intoned solemnly. Sure. The reporters looked to the rankings after 27 rounds. Wind Howl was still just outside of the playoffs, though they were only 8 points away from the 8th-ranked team. The problem was that none of the top 8 seemed to be falling behind. The one who was 1 place above Wind Howl was 301 Degrees, who had been rising up ever since the winter transfer window. This round, they had defeated Heavenly Swords 8-2 in their away game, scoring their 10th consecutive win. The life-risking strike assassination didn't appear in this match, but that meant that 301 Degrees didn't just have that one method of winning. They would judge the situation for the method necessary to obtain victory. Their captain Yang Kong wasn't so stiff as to stubbornly stick to his new life-risking style, no matter what. He could still use the warrior-like playstyle that he favored before, charging at the head of his team if the team so required. 301 Degrees wasn't planning on relying on this singular strategy. Everyone had realized that by now. Team 301 Degrees had risen through the ranks, and the one they had knocked out of the top 8 was Wind Howl. Now Wind Howl had become the pursuers, and the reporters checked the schedule. A good show was soon to come. Round 28 was a face-off between these two teams. Wind Howl's home game would be against 301 Degrees. This seemed quite like a fight to the death. There were still 11 rounds in the regular season. 8 points of difference wasn't a small gap, but it wasn't a very big gap either. If you wanted to turn the tables in one round, then this face-off was a chance. If they won with a 9-1, then they'd be even. 10-0, and they'd overtake them. However, Wind Howl, having already disappointed everyone so much, couldn't win back everyone's faith and admiration with just a single victory against Blue Rain, especially compared to 301 Degrees with their 10 consecutive wins. However, Team Wind Howl's members had an indomitable will to fight against the tides. The more the outside world didn't believe, the more focused they were on the match. On March 28th, the day before round 28 of the Pro League, the teams generally would choose such a time to announce the lineup they were to use in the match the following day. What? You're putting me in? For Tema Happy, when their lineup was announced, the loudest voice came from the computer on their meeting table. The last time Luo Jai had played in an official match since coming to Happy was all the way back during the Challengers League. His contributions to Team Happy were more like that of a R&D member rather than a player. However, Luo Jai was doubtlessly a registered player of Happy's. Though he usually couldn't stay with the team because of his studies, when match day came, no matter home or away game, Luo Jai would rush over to the stadium and meet with everyone. Though he had never been on the stage, he had the chance to watch up close and personal. Luo Jai was no longer the noob he once was. His judgment knowledge were far from average. As for skill, he naturally knew his own level. In the current Happy, not even Wei Chen had much of a chance to be fielded. For himself, he was satisfied with just sitting at the sidelines. Maybe, after honing himself for another year and a half, he might get some chance to play. That was what Luo Jai thought. He never would have expected that Ye Xiu planned to field him in this crucial time as the season approached its end. "Do you want to play an individual match or group arena?" Ye Xiu asked. I, Luo Jai stuttered, speechless. It was shocking enough that he was getting a chance to play, never mind being able to choose the match for himself. This was probably the encouragement and reward he was getting for this season. There are still 11 rounds. It's time you gain some real battle experience, Ye Xiu decided. Luo Jai was one of the elite students of an institution for higher education. His IQ was high, that was undebatable, and he soon figured out the logic in Ye Xiu's words. From his view, with only 11 rounds left, if Happy had a massive lead like Samsara, then it was fine to let some newbie take the stage and gain experience in some relatively unimportant matches as the regular season came to a close. However, Happy was currently 6th with a total of 178 points, 4 points ahead of number 700 Blossoms and 12 ahead of number 8 301 Degrees. Compared to number 9's Wind Howl, they did have quite a lead with 20 points ahead. However, even if Happy didn't drop out of the top 8, falling to 8th place wasn't good either. If the current situation was any clue, Samsara's lead was certain to continue. In accordance with the playoffs rules, the 8th-ranked team would be up against the number 1 team, Samsara, in the first round. Everyone was naturally trying to avoid such a strong opponent. If it became unavoidable, like in the finals, then they'll just go all out and hope for the best. Happy wasn't at the point where they could relax and train their newbies. However, if Ye Xiu fielded him now, that seemed to mean that Ye Xiu was placing importance on his use later, and not throwing him some unimportant matches to gain experience. Yet Ye Xiu had said that he had to gain real battle experience in these 11 rounds. Could it be that Ye Xiu was planning on having him play in the playoffs? Though he was sitting down, Luo Jai felt his legs go weak. After gaining some experience in 11 rounds, he'd have to contribute to that vicious competition where a single mistake could mean a year's worth of work wasted, called the playoffs. Is that really all right? Luo Jai didn't voice any of what he had thought, merely asking the question that was going through his mind. You've been working hard for a long time. It's time to experience what being on the stage is like, Ye Xiu replied. But my skill, Luo Jai hesitated. Your skill is already at the point where you need real battle experience to improve. It'll tell you what to give up and what to strengthen, how to make decisions. You have to develop such an awareness yourself. If I just tell you, there's little use, Ye Xiu explained. You can tell me first, I'll focus on it, Luo Jai said. Don't worry about the details, Ye Xiu intoned. Just say it, I'll definitely be able to look at things clearer if you do, Luo Jai reassured. I already said it. Just don't worry about the details. Luo Jai was dumbfounded for a moment. He had thought Ye Xiu had been telling him to not worry about the detail of listen to it first and then focus on it. Yes, see. There's not much use, no, Ye Xiu said. This harsh reality had Luo Jai struck speechless. These words really weren't much use to him. Or rather, pay more attention to the details you need to, Ye Xiu added. Pay attention to what details are important. Luo Jai's ick was impressive, able to easily find the implications. Yup, Ye Xiu confirmed. I'll pay close attention to it. Luo Jai nodded and didn't say much more. This was because he realized this really was something you could only develop through going through the battles yourself. Then he considered his current situation. Paying attention to details was his habit and style, and it was because of this that he could create those incredibly detailed guides. However, when 1v1ing, the more you paid attention to, the more you had to worry about. In addition, summoners already had very complex mechanics, so he often floundered and flailed when it came to it. Ye Xiu's advice of paying attention to what details could be ignored and what should be considered wasn't telling him to stop paying attention to detail, but to find the details that would benefit him the most when it came to defeating his opponent, and then utilize them effectively. If he could do this, then he probably wouldn't be all over the place when it came to controlling his character. Luo Jai knew that he was no hand-speed expert. He couldn't control a bunch of summons under complex battle situations. Choosing between these details really was something he needed to master to improve from his current level. Ye Xiu had probably noticed that he had reached such a level and arranged for him to improve through actual matches. However, there were only 11 rounds left. Even if he played one match per round and even gained some experience from the team competitions, was it enough to improve and allow him to perform well in the playoffs? This question lingered in Luo Jai's heart, and Chen Guo had doubts about it too. Will Luo Jai be all right? Chen Guo asked Ye Xiu after the meeting was over. Don't forget, he has a high ick, Ye Xiu replied. Chapter 1336, The Freedom to Choose. Chapter 1336, The Freedom to Choose. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami. Luo Jai was more prudent, choosing to appear in an individual competition in the 28th round. At the end of the day, he was still worried that his skill level would end up dragging down his team in the group arena, which would cost 2 points, whereas a loss in the individual competition would only cost 1 point. As for the team competition, having no available slots for him to take instead gave him a sense of relief. Luo Jai's attitude made the members of Team Happy sigh with sorrow, especially those veterans who had more experience as a professional player. When it came to players nowadays, who wouldn't want to have as many opportunities as possible to shine? How many people would actually have misgivings about their own ability being insufficient and dragging down their team? He's a really honest kid. Chen Guo sighed sorrowfully. She may not have had much experience, but she had seen enough to know that characters as sincere as Luo Jai were hard to come by, especially amongst rookies. Round 28 soon arrived. It was unanimously decided that the match between Wind Howl and 301 Degrees would be the one to be broadcasted. As it was coming towards the end of the regular season, many teams would be out of hope, with the exception of those fighting over the 8th place, where the most intense competition would be taking place. And in a match like this, where the two teams were directly competing for a spot in the top 8, both teams would definitely exert their fullest effort, making the match that much more exciting and intense. In Wind Howl's home game, during the first round of the individual competition, Wind Howl's captain, Tang Hao, took the stage. In the round 18 of the regular season, Tang Hao also appeared first, with the goal of sniping Ye Xiu's streak of consecutive victories in order to boost the morale of the team. Unfortunately, he was unable to win, and Team Wind Howl ended up losing to Team Happy in a 10-0 blowout victory. After 10 rounds had passed, when faced with what could be Team Wind Howl's most important match of the regular season, Tang Hao once again took up the same role. Perhaps, under his command, Wind Howl may not have achieved the results that everyone expected from them, but still, Tang Hao was filled with valor and confidence, leading Wind Howl in their charge towards victory. His appearance in the first round showed their intentions clearly. He could not afford to lose. If he postured like this and still lost, the morale of the team would definitely suffer a severe blow. On top of that, given that he had tried this before and failed, if he attempted it again without success, the damage to the team's morale would be even greater, and he would definitely be the subject of even more ridicule. But even so, he was devoid of fear. In such an important match, he shouldered all of this pressure and stood as the first player on stage. Team 301's vanguard was also their team captain, but if one were to call him the nucleus of the team, that would be outdated information. After testing and tempering their new strategy in the last few rounds of the competition, it became clear that Ye Xiu was the core of Team 301. Whether in attack or defense, it was still Ye Xiu who was leading 301. As for Yang Kong, he now had more freedom in the role he played. The team placed great faith in him, allowing him to use his own intuition and experience to decide what to do in the battlefield. Of course, Yang Kong took up this responsibility, and in the second half of the season, his performance was very eye-catching. If they only had the foreign monk Ye Xiu and not him, Team 301 wouldn't have been able to perform as well as they had. The brawler, demon subduer, and the assassin, scene killer. Both characters quickly loaded into the match, and Yang Kong could immediately see demon subduer at the other end of the map. Maybe it was due to Ye Xiu's map choices, but during this season, choosing this kind of plain and simple map had become increasingly popular. Tang Hao also ended up picking such a map that left out almost any room for tactical maneuvering, instead forcing his opponent to clash with him head-on. Assassins had no fear of this kind of head-on combat, and Yang Kong had originally been a player who had such a direct playstyle anyways. Seeing that the map was like this, he wasted no time in hesitating and just decided to adopt his old playstyle and attack. Ding! The curtains to the competition lifted with that tiny sound. Demon Subduer lifted his hand and threw out a paralysis needle, but the silver weapon Dancing Shadows was lifted into the air by Yang Kong, sending the paralysis needle flying harmlessly to the side. Powerful knee strike. Tang Hao directly and unambiguously started his assault. How fierce! Yang Kong was filled with regret in his heart. Truth be told, the brawler class wasn't particularly strong at these kinds of direct attacks. Instead, it was their numerous dirty tracks that allowed the class to have stronger control abilities, making brawlers more suited as a control-oriented class. If it was just about pure attack power, there were many classes that were stronger than the brawler in that regard. But it was exactly this class that became extremely aggressive in Tang Hao's hands, completely different from when Lin Jingyan was playing it in the past. It was precisely because of these players with different dispositions, piloting all the different classes that made Glory such a rich and colorful game. Wasn't it Yang Kong himself who had turned his assassin into a forceful fighter on the front lines? Seeing Tang Hao's violent and forceful brawler, Yang Kong could only lament. It must be nice being young. If it were a few years ago, he would also have the heart to compete against his opponent in such a forceful and direct manner. Comparing whose reactions were quicker, whose hand speed was greater, whose mechanics were more perfect. But now, he had to adjust a little bit. Yang Kong controlled Scene Killer to dodge towards the side, avoiding Demon Subduer's incoming attack before quickly striking out with the dual swords, sending a heart-piercing stab directly at Demon Subduer's back. Tang Hao wasn't bad enough to get hit this easily. When powerful knee strike didn't connect, Demon Subduer had already twisted his body in midair, sending out a sand toss instead. Yang Kong hurriedly turned his field of view away, relying on his memories and experience to try to hit his heart-piercing stab. In the end, Scene Killer's movement suddenly became stiff after the attack. Not good. Yang Kong's experience allowed him to determine what had happened. Once Sand Toss was over, he turned his camera back to the original angle and saw that dancing shadows had been gripped firmly by Demon Subduer's claw, blood-vanishing soul. If it was just an attack being parried, he wouldn't feel as if he couldn't control his character properly. Instead, that kind of sensation was as if he had been controlled by a grab skill. Empty-handed blade block. Surprisingly, the skill that Demon Subduer used was from the striker class and had obviously been added to his weapon beforehand. A low-leveled, empty-handed blade block didn't have much attack power, but its effectiveness in dismantling attacks was the same. Professional players were only able to add a level 1 skill to their weapon, so they wouldn't pursue damage output, but instead pursue a unique effect that only that particular skill possessed: blocking and dismantling at the same time. After this hit, blows immediately rained down upon Scene Killer's body, and the combo began. He really was aggressive enough. As Scene Killer took hit after hit, Yang Kong concentrated on Demon Subduer's frantic offensive. To unleash such an offensive, it meant that the player behind the character was frantically inputting controls as well. Do you really think this kind of attack can defeat me? What do you think I relied on to stand firmly in the alliance for so long? Yang Kong's chest boiled with hot-bloodedness under the continuous attacks from Demon Subduer. Originally, he wanted to play more calmly and achieve victory, but now, he very much wanted to be like Demon Subduer and unleash his own flurry of attacks. Yang Kong stared at his opponent's attacks and finally saw an opening. Assassin movement technique, with the wind. Scene Killer's body flickered strangely and Demon Subduer's head-on attack actually missed him by a little bit. Attack again. Demon Subduer sent another strike out. Assassin movement technique. Against the lightning. Demon Subduer's clenched fist suddenly lagged behind Scene Killer's body. With the wind against the lightning, turning flame, standing ice. The 4 movement techniques that the assassin possessed were actually to retreat, to advance, move left and right or not move, things that could be achieved through normal controls. However, using the skills would naturally have a far stronger result. Yang Kong saw an opening, used the 2 movement techniques and shook free of Demon Subduer's offensive in a flash. Now, it should be my turn, right? The assassin's dual swords, dancing shadows, flew through the air towards Demon Subduer. Another kind of alternative assassin style in the alliance. Scene Killer. 2 classes that were perhaps more suited to a different playstyle completed a furious bout of direct attacks. Yang Kong let go of the misgivings in his heart and used the playstyle that he had used for so many years. Every competition needs an end and victory or defeat had to be decided. This time, it was Yang Kong who lost. Ah, what a shame, Yang Kong sighed. He had lost, but that kind of free-spirited play was something that he very much enjoyed. He could try out the most eye-catching kind of assassin playstyle, with life-risking strike, or he could make use of the direct playstyle he was most familiar with after so many years. Just like in this match, where he had started off hot-blooded, directly fighting against Tang Hao, but in the midst of it, he had also tried to find an opportunity to land a life-risking strike. He was pursuing the end goal of victory, but he was also enjoying the thrill of competition. Losing was a bit of a shame, but who could say that using a certain method would definitely result in a win? For the past 8 years, during every competition, he had to carefully consider what methods and tactics to use, but now, he had abandoned all of that, allowing him the freedom to do as he pleased, and the end result wasn't too disastrous. This time he had lost, but who knew what would happen the next time? Yang Kong left the stage having lost, but he still felt a sense of fulfillment. "Captain, what a pity." Team 301's players all surrounded him, breaking down the countless moments in the match that had made them excited or left them with regret. Losing, but not being discouraged because of it. Yang Kong's match had conveyed this sort of message. Continue to try your best. Thus he was able to magnanimously encourage his teammates. Understood, everyone responded, and the next contestant took the field. At the same time, in another stadium, Luo Jai shakily stood up from his seat. He was finally going to welcome the first match of his professional career, and he felt 100 times more nervous than the time in the Challengers League. "Don't be nervous," Ye Xiu told him, after having continued his winning streak in the individual competition. Luo Jai said thrice as he rigidly nodded his head. "Your opponent is the same as you, a new player in a new season," Ye Xiu comforted him. "But it isn't his first time appearing on stage." Luo Jai felt that Ye Xiu's reassurance was completely useless. "Don't sweat the small details," Ye Xiu said. Did that have some kind of double meaning? Luo Jai, with his high ick, began to ponder. In this round, Team Happy was up against Team Miracle. In the first half of the season, they had won in a 10-0 victory against Miracle in their away game, beginning their frantic journey of snatching points. Team Miracle, on the other hand, had stumbled and staggered before gradually producing more stable results. Being the number 13 team, with 110 points, this could be considered an extremely impressive result for a new team. In their team, they had many rookies who had never played competitively before, and now they were against a player who had never played until the round 28 of the regular season. Team Happy's Luo Jai and his summoner, Concealed Light. Chapter 1337, Who's Being Bullied? Chapter 1337, Who's Being Bullied? Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami, since he had never appeared in a competition before, Luo Jai's summoner, Concealed Light, obviously wasn't the focus of Happy's tailor-made silver equipment. At the moment, there weren't more than 3 pieces of silver equipment on Concealed Light's body, and they were all put together from the leftover scraps after Guan Rongfei had finished making equipment for the other characters. After half a season, Concealed Light had only collected 3 pieces of silver equipment. This set of equipment was below average in the Glory Alliance, but where equipment was concerned, Luo Jai's opponent for this match wasn't better off than he was. After Team Miracle took in the 3 players who had previously been in excellent era, their expenditure was significant, and they weren't able to make any big moves in terms of their equipment or materials. In their team, the development of equipment similarly had an order of priority to it. He Ming, Shen Jian, and Wang Zi, these 3 former excellent era players, were obviously the core generals of Team Miracle, so their equipment priority was naturally the highest. After them was their rookie Gu Shao. After these 4 players, Miracle's equipment was more or less accounted for. In terms of equipment, they really weren't even a match for Team Happy. Whether it was their stockpile of materials or their R&D talent, they still lost to Happy by quite a bit. This time, Luo Jai's opponent was a very pitiful player who had no standing in Team Miracle, Jia Xing, and his character, Battle Mage Prideful Mage. The classes that Team Miracle prepared for their players was an exact duplicate of Excellent Era's original class lineup, but in practice, their structure was actually the exact opposite. He Ming's Elementalist was originally the 6th player in Excellent Era. Shen Jian's Striker and Wang Zi's Sharpshooter were both second-string players, but now all 3 of them formed the backbone of Team Miracle. On the contrary, it was the Battle Mage, Launcher, and Spellblade, the classes that originally belonged to the core players of Excellent Era, that had become secondary characters in Team Miracle. Jia Xing was one of these players. His battle mage, prideful mage, had an arrogant-sounding name, but he actually didn't have anything to be arrogant about. Team Miracle hadn't received much attention. If they had achieved the same kind of results as Happy, there were many in the team who were likely to face the question of whether or not they were at a professional caliber. Just like in Wenyi, Jia Xing could be considered part of the main force of Team Miracle, and his standard wasn't too bad. In the competitions, he was always careful and prudent. A stifling and oppressive performance like that of the battle god was something that he had begun to dare to dream of. As a rookie who had just entered the professional scene, Jia Xing was perpetually walking on thin ice. But being part of a team as new as Miracle did have a benefit. While he was still a rookie, he had far more chances to compete than rookies in other teams. After half a season, he had grown considerably, and Team Miracle's performance was receiving favorable evaluations. Jia Xing didn't receive much attention, but still, there was a seed of restlessness in his heart. Who would be willing to continually play the role of an obscure and unknown player? A performance as grand as the battle gods was no longer something limited just to Jia Xing's wildest fantasies, but something that he had begun to have the tiniest bit of hope for. So today, when he had been selected to represent Miracle in the second round of the individual competition, he had looked at his opponent's name on the television screen, and his heart skipped a beat. Luo Jai. Who was that? Happy had always received a lot of attention, and Miracle, a new team just like them, could only be jealous of them. But Luo Jai was a player who had never once appeared in a competition. No matter how much attention the team was receiving, it would still be very difficult to have news about him. Luo Jai was just like Kaio Yifan in the old days. Despite being in a champion team, he had no chances to appear in the battlefield, leaving the outside world to have no way of gauging his strength. At most, when one looked at the player seats, they would realize that the team actually still had such a person. Never appearing in a competition simply meant that their caliber wasn't high enough. Concealing a hidden weapon. The Glory Alliance was a serious place, with no room for such a whimsical playstyle. A rookie, and a player who had never appeared in a competition before. Jia Xing's excitement was as if he had just discovered the new world for the first time. As someone who had been around the block, he couldn't be clearer on how nervous one would be when they first appeared on stage. He had used quite a few rounds before managing to slowly get rid of that kind of discomfort. As for how much that discomfort would affect one's technical skill, he was also clear on that matter. So, in his eyes, Luo Jai was a subpar rookie who would be in complete shambles because of his nerves. Finally, I've encountered an opponent that I can bully. Jia Xing was fairly happy about this. In the past 27 rounds of competition, there was no need to talk about the strong teams. Even when facing Bright Green and Seaside, two teams that looked doomed to be relegated in this season, someone as new as Jia Xing couldn't afford to look down upon their players and had to use all his effort when facing them. But now, he finally had a chance to show off to his heart's content and display all of the fighting strength that he had. Luo Jai. Ha ha ha, this was a convenience delivered to his doorstep. Jia Xing impatiently entered the player booth, impatiently waited for the competition to begin, and impatiently waited for the timer to count down before the two of them loaded into the map. Then, he impatiently controlled Prideful Mage to charge out. At the same time, Luo Jai was still taking deep breaths and still trying to rid himself of the nervousness and dread that he felt. He felt as if his whole body was on fire and as stiff as hemp. Hoo. After taking 3 deep breaths, Luo Jai controlled concealed light and left the spawn point. This was Happy's home game, and the map was selected by them. For his very first competition, how could Luo Jai dare to be careless? He had selected the map he had felt most comfortable and familiar on during his practice sessions for the individual round. As he walked out of the spawn point and saw the familiar landscape around him, Luo Jai felt his mood lightening greatly. This should probably be the home team's advantage. It's really useful, Luo Jai thought, controlling concealed light as he began to execute his mental plan for this battle. After finding out that he was to appear in this round, Luo Jai had visualized countless scenarios in the match. Last night he had slept very late but woke up very early. Still, the lack of sleep didn't show on his face at all. He was too nervous, to the point where he couldn't even tell if he was tired anymore. Adopt your normal frame of mind. Just do it like you did in your practices and you'll be fine. These were some lines that his teammates told him to ease his anxiety, and the effectiveness was basically zero. Everyone dropped a few vague lines, with no one really hoping to be able to dissipate his nervousness with just a few words. At the end of the day, it was still left to Ye Xiu to be honest, telling him, "Go and carefully experience the feeling of competing." This kind of feeling, did it include nervousness? As Luo Jai controlled concealed light, he thought about this and that, before suddenly realizing that his concentration was far too scattered. He frantically purged all of these useless thoughts from his mind, completely focusing on the road in front of him. Jia Xing's prideful mage very quickly reached the center of the map, took a glance, and realized that no one was there. He still wants to play tactics. Jia Xing laughed. A rookie who hadn't even competed before, what tactics could he possibly come up with? Jia Xing had no fear. He originally wanted to just wait for Luo Jai to arrive, but after thinking about it, he decided to be a little more proactive, to appear more domineering. As a result, his character moved everywhere, searching for concealed light's whereabouts. Fuck! Luo Jai's heart leapt violently. He was just controlling concealed light to move very carefully when prideful mage's silhouette suddenly flitted across his camera. Just a flicker in his field of view had caused Luo Jai to be unbearably nervous. He frantically controlled concealed light to take cover in a corner, before inwardly guessing whether or not the other player had seen him. If he had seen me. As Luo Jai thought about it, he promptly began casting a spell, and a devil world flower was immediately summoned near his leg. Immediately after that, he summoned a frost wolf. The frost wolf's attacks were physical in nature, but they had the chance of applying a magical freezing effect. Under Luo Jai's inputs, it curled up next to the devil world flower, giving Luo Jai a fair bit of peace of mind. However, his opponent hadn't appeared from start to finish. He didn't see me. When he had first seen his opponent, Luo Jai was hoping that his opponent hadn't noticed. But after completing his summons when his opponent didn't appear, he actually felt a little disappointed. Had he really not noticed? All of the spectators in Happy Stadium had their hearts in their throats. Jia Xing had seen concealed light and had clearly seen where he had gone to hide. But this fellow wasn't stupid. Even though he took Luo Jai as a gift sent to him to bully, when he saw how concealed light had hidden himself, he knew that his opponent had noticed him. If he just charged over, who knew if his opponent had an army of summons waiting to pounce on him? That would be difficult to deal with. So Jia Xing chose to take a roundabout path. At the same time as Luo Jai was anxiously making his conjectures, prideful mage had already used another path to loop around, spying on Luo Jai's arrangements from a corner. Of course, there's an ambush. Jia Xing laughed coldly. There weren't a lot of summons, but the Devil World Flower was capable of attacking in all different directions, and the Frost Wolf's attacks could cause a freezing effect that would slow enemies, making them particularly annoying to deal with. If he had rashly charged over just now, things wouldn't have ended well. Even though it was his opponent's first time on stage, Jia Xing still didn't look down on him too much. He couldn't just assume that his opponent was some normal player that he could deal with easily. Waiting a bit more would be good enough. The Devil World Flower could attack in all 360 degrees, so mounting a sneak attack from behind wouldn't make much sense. Ye Xiu decided to let the Devil World Flower time out. He didn't believe that Luo Jai would repeatedly summon a Devil World Flower at the same spot to protect him. The summoner's summons had a high mana consumption. They couldn't simply be summoned for no reason. Ye Xiu adjusted Prideful Mage's position slightly, waiting for the Devil World Flower to time out before launching a sneak attack. It was at this moment that a cat's cry could be heard from his character's side. It wasn't a languid purr, no. It was the wrath-filled cry of a cat chasing after a mouse. What? Ye Xiu was greatly alarmed and frantically turned his camera, only to see a black spirit cat already flying towards him. At this moment, Prideful Mage was already crouching down and couldn't crouch any lower, so Ye Xiu could only control him to roll towards the side. Surprisingly, the spirit cat was extremely nimble, twisting its body in midair as its claws stretched out, leaving 3 bloody lines on Prideful Mage's face. The audience let out a sigh of relief. Were they worried about concealed light being sneak attacked? Of course not. With the 360-degree protection from the Devil World Flower, a sneak attack was impossible. They were worried because they had seen concealed light summon a spirit cat before simply letting it free. Would such an attack be able to hit Prideful Mage? This was what the crowd was nervous about, because Luo Jai's commands to the spirit cat weren't very definite, as if wasn't confident that Prideful Mage was there. But now, the spirit cat's attack had completely uncovered Prideful Mage's location. Luo Jai immediately turned around and started casting. Chapter 1338 Icon 2 Chapter 1338 Icon 2 Translator Namiyami Editor Namiyami Did Spirit Cat have an auto-targeting system? Of course not. The summons of a summoner when set to free attack mode would automatically attack any non-teammate target that wandered into its aggro range. Spirit Cat in a comparatively larger aggro range, more or less meaning that its senses were sharper. This map was carefully chosen by Luo Jai. There was no other one on one map that he was more familiar with. Ye Xiu had thought that he would be able to sneak up on Luo Jai just by taking a more roundabout route, viewing Luo Jai as a complete newbie, and underestimating his meticulous mind and familiarity with the map. A sneak attack from behind was something Luo Jai he had accounted for. Spirit Cat had been arranged in a position where it would be able to sense if any enemies were in that area. Poor Ye Xiu had no idea, happily waiting for a chance to strike. In the end, what he got was a spirit cat, and then another Devil World Flower. Concealed Light had summoned another Devil World Flower, making sure Prideful Mage was placed within its attack range. Then, Frost Wolf rapidly approached as well. Concealed Light, on the other hand, was continuing to cast, another summoning array appearing on the ground, followed by the cry of an eagle. Thunder Eagle burst out of the array, and after circling for a bit in the sky, darted towards where Prideful Mage was like a streak of lightning. It flew through the air like lightning, spitting thunderbolts. This Thunder Eagle was one of Concealed Light's main summons. 4-beast style. Seeing Spirit Cat, Frost Wolf and Thunder Eagle appearing one after the other on the battlefield, the players more familiar with the game had an idea of what style Happy's debuting summoner was using. Young Wyvern, Frost Wolf, Thunder Eagle, Spirit Cat. They were called the 4 summoned beasts, each being one of the 4 elements in glory, fire, ice, light, and dark respectively. Any summons combos that revolved around these 4 beasts were known as 4-beast style. With the level 75 update, an ultimate skill that could be activated when all 4 summoned beasts were summoned. Beast King Elemental Formation, once again increasing the strength of the 4-beat style. Now Spirit Cat, Frost Wolf, Thunder Eagle had all appeared, so young Wyvern probably wouldn't be long. Luo Jai didn't disappoint. Young Wyvern was the lowest leveled of all 4 beasts with a quick summon time. With a swift cast, Young Wyvern also flew out of the summoning array with a breath of flame, flying towards Prideful Mage after Thunder Eagle. Seeing the beasts heading his way, Jia Xing's mood plummeted. Spirit Cat was very hard to throw off, and now that he was in Devil World Flower's attack range with the other 3 beasts rapidly approaching, aiming to surround him. If the Elemental Beast King formation was then activated, then that would take a chunk out of Prideful Mage for sure. This guy wasn't bad. Jia Xing was careful to not underestimate him anymore, already realizing that Luo Jai wasn't an opponent he could easily wipe the floor with. Currently, with the summoned creatures coming one after the other, there were layers to this offensive, a system. It was almost too much. Flee. With Spirit Cat already on him and Thunder Eagle's speed, fleeing wasn't a good idea. Currently, it seemed like the only solution was to brute force his way out of these summons. This guy was no easy opponent, managing to force him into a dire situation like this. The situation was a pain, but there was no other choice. The earlier he acted, the better. Swinging his spear, he knocked Spirit Cat aside as it leaped at him once again. With a dragon tooth, he forced Frost Wolf to back off a little. Boom! Sparks danced across Prideful Mage's body. After 2 actions, he was then hit by the thunderbolt that Thunder Eagle spat out. How troublesome! Jia Xing no longer felt like showing off anymore. He could tell that Concealed Light's 4 summons weren't put on automatic, but being controlled manually instead. That was why it was so systematic, so well-paced, and so hard. Wasn't he going to come forward a little? Jia Xing kept an eye on Concealed Light's movements. Summoners had the skill Lash, which lashed the summons and increased their combative power. With him already in an encirclement, most summoners would come over to lash their summons to strengthen them. However, Concealed Light didn't. He merely stood far off, constantly using Mark to adjust the actions of his summons. Looks like he'd have to wait for the summons to switch out. Jia Xing felt helpless. He was rather helpless against these meticulously executed attacks. He couldn't flee and could only wait until one of the summons disappeared and his opponent summoned another. There might be an opening to be found there. Thus, Jia Xing didn't bother trying to break through and started fighting the summons. 1 against 4 with a Devil World Flower disrupting him. If it weren't for summons having rather simple and bland ways of attacking, Jia Xing definitely wouldn't be able to last. Right now, though, he could just about hold on. Summons depended on 2 things to live. One was time and the other was health. Waiting for their time to run out was too passive, so Jia Xing had to attack and try and get rid of one. However, these 4 summons weren't so easy to kill. Spirit Cat was quick and nimble, hard to hit. Thunder Eagle and Young Wyvern were both flyers, even harder to hit. In the end, the easiest one to deal with of the 4 was Frost Wolf, but Frost Wolf just so happened to also be the tankiest one of the 4, with a huge chunk of health. How did it end up like this? Jia Xing felt like crying. He had originally thought he could easily bully this newbie, but now who'd have thought he'd be struggling to survive? In these 27 rounds, he, as a rookie on a rookie team, had been through so many hardships. Why was he falling into the same position against a rookie from a new team in their debuting match too? Could it be that he had become overcautious by habit? Did he turn to defense whenever he met any sort of trouble? After facing off against so many experienced seniors, could it be that he had been so oppressed that he had lost his aggression? These questions surfaced in Jia Xing's mind one after the other. He wasn't willing to continue like this. However, if even this opponent could suppress him like this, then when would he ever be able to gain the initiative in battle? Initiative. He had to take the initiative. He shouldn't get used to this passivity. If he accepted it, then wouldn't he just continue to live in this mediocrity? Dragon breaks the ranks. As if suddenly waking up, Jia Xing saw an opening in front of him and acted without even thinking. The subconscious nature of his actions had his fingers darting across the keyboard much swifter and more dexterous than before. Prideful Mage charged out. Bang! Spirit Cat had lunged a moment too late. Its priority was nothing compared to Dragon Breaks the Ranks, and it was flung to one side. Thunder Eagle's Thunderbolt and Young Wyvern's Fireball all struck the spot behind Prideful Mage, missing him entirely. He broke through. Delight washed over Jia Xing, though even he was a little confused as to how he had succeeded. That opportunity just now, if he hadn't been reckless, if it hadn't been subconscious, then he'd probably have given it up, thinking he couldn't do it, no. So he really could do it. With his delight, Dragon Breaks the Ranks broke out of the formation made by the 4 beast summons. Devil World Flower's vines quietly creeped out of the earth, but Jia Xing was ready for it, shattering the lands. Prideful Mage leaped skywards, surging magical energy pulsing from the tip of his spear. This only made Jia Xing feel a delighted warmth spread through his heart and mind. This wild battle style was something he had only seen in the matches of gods. Yet now he had managed to execute the same style in a match. He could do it. He really could. Prideful Mage landed, and the magical energy roared, bursting out. Even the flying Young Wyvern and Thunder Eagle couldn't approach. Luo Ji's concealed light backed away quickly, escaping from the range of this attack. However, by then, he had already been separated from his summons by this powerful, surging skill. How would a summoner face the powerful battle mage without any summons? How did everything fall apart? Luo Ji was puzzled. His control over the situation wasn't bad. Under Ye Xiu's suggestion, he ended up choosing the 4 beast style as his summoner style, because he was decent at controlling 4 summons at once to make offensive arrangements. Though the spirit style and its sea of summons was powerful, especially with the new level 75 skill Spirit Sacrifice, which was the ultimate damage skill for a summoner, he wouldn't be able to maintain control. Even with that skill, he wouldn't be able to utilize it properly. However, his opponent had still managed to break through the 4 beasts Luo Ji was confident in being able to control. Did he miss some important detail? As Luo Ji thought to himself, he was already making new arrangements. If a summon died, it could be resummoned, so they could stay and tank damage, usually. However, Shatter the Lands came with a huge shockwave. Even if you let your summons tank out the damage, they'd still be knocked away by the magic energy. The 4 beasts had their way blocked and couldn't immediately come to help, so Luo Ji hurriedly had concealed light resummon a creature while Prideful Mage was still in his ending lag. He could make it. As for his ability to calculate, that was something Luo Ji had even more confidence in. As expected, Concealed Light managed to summon a new Frost Wolf to protect him before Prideful Mage arrived, but circle swing. Just like that, Frost Wolf was tossed behind Prideful Mage, and then a dragon tooth struck him. A summoner that had been closed in on was helpless. The good thing was that even if he didn't make any moves, so long as his summons were still on the field, they would attack automatically. However, Prideful Mage darted back and forth as he struck again and again before suddenly disappearing. Teleportation. This battle mage had shockingly chosen to add the elementalist's teleportation into his weapon. A falling flower palm hit from behind, and he was shoved forward. That's when he saw his 4 summoned beasts standing obediently in a straight line. Summons without manual control really weren't any good. Luo Ji hurriedly had them scatter, but it was too late. Rising Dragon soars the sky. Prideful Mage's spear shot forwards, magic energy forming a massive dragon which devoured Concealed Light and all of his 4 summoned beasts. Boom! The magical energy erupted, darting and flashing through its multiple victims, absolutely spectacular. I really can do it. Jia Xing was very satisfied with his performance today. It had been going so well in the beginning, so how did things end up like this? Luo Ji, on the other hand, was lamenting. Chapter 1339, Writing a Guide for Yourself. Chapter 1339, Writing a Guide for Yourself. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. Luo Jai had lost. This result wasn't too unexpected, but at the beginning, he felt that he had been doing quite well. His confidence was being slowly built up, but who would have predicted that his opponent would knock it down again so quickly? His opponent wasn't anyone impressive either. He was like Luo Jai, a rookie on a new team. The only thing he held over Luo Jai was 27 rounds of experience. Luo Jai took a deep breath and exited the player booth, not at all expecting the entire stadium to explode into applause. What was this? Luo Jai was puzzled. At first he thought that this was their home game fans respecting Miracle's spectacular performance and applauding them. However, after he left the stage, walking away, he noticed the calls of Luo Jai, "You did great," and the gazes that were on him. He knew then that this applause was his, an encouragement for him. Though he had never played a match before, Happy's fans all knew of his existence in Happy. This wasn't just from observing the player bench during matches, but because Happy's boss Chen Guo never forgot to mention Luo Jai when she brought up Happy's players. In fact, to make sure Luo Li was noticed, she'd often be willing to talk more about Luo Jai. Though Luo Jai had never fought a match, Chen Guo wouldn't hesitate to tell everyone of the contributions he had made to the team. This was a testament of Chen Guo's attentiveness. She hated the thought of this benched player feeling uncomfortable or left out, so she did her best to show that he was equally as much a part of the team as anyone else. Chen Guo's actions finally bore fruit at a time like now. Not only did Happy's fans know Luo Jai, they all liked this member of Happy who, despite not having much of a chance to play for the team, had still carefully and sincerely contributed to the team. They were even hoping for the day Luo Jai would have a chance to play. Thus, when Luo Jai really did get the chance to play a match, what he received wasn't pressure, but encouragement. Applause and well wishes escorted Luo Jai step by step back to the player bench. Miracle's Jia Xing was stunned. When he first came out of the player booth, he had truly thought that the applause was for him because he had thought he fought spectacularly in this match, just like an expert. "I've even managed to sway the hearts of my opponent's fans," Jia Xing thought to himself in delight. That wasn't an easy thing to accomplish at all. He waved, continuing to show off his demeanor and acknowledging these cute happy fans that were clapping for him. It was only until he had come off the stage and approached the stands that he heard what the fans were yelling. He stiffened. He suddenly wanted nothing more than to cut of that damned waving hand. This Luo Jai was so well liked amongst Happy's fans. Even if he lost, he could still gain everyone's love like that. Jia Xing stared at Luo Jai, who had returned to the player bench with a heart full of envy. Luo Jai sat in the empty seat next to Ye Xiu without needing any prompting. Even if Ye Xiu didn't come to find him, he would go and ask Ye Xiu for pointers regarding this match. Depressed from losing, when it had just ended, a little, yeah. But Luo Jai had been prepared to lose, so he soon shook off those feelings. Then, hearing the cheers and encouragements from the fans after exiting the booth, Luo Jai was determined to work even harder in order to thank his team and the fans for their support. Luo Jai had noticed Chen Guo's efforts in trying to make sure he didn't feel left out. "You started off well." Ye Xiu didn't bother with courtesies, getting straight to the point. "Yes," Luo Jai nodded. "Your control was meticulous, that's your strength," Ye Xiu continued. "Yes," Luo Jai nodded again. His calculations were accurate, thus his actions were meticulous. Luo Jai understood himself well. "Yet that's exactly how you lost," Ye Xiu then said. Luo Jai fell into contemplation. "Your opponent is a person, not a machine. A person's mechanics, a person's performance will never be as precise as theory. Sometimes they might be in a poor condition, other times they might go beyond their usual limits. Your playstyle has to account for these changes in your opponent's pace," Ye Xiu explained. "Do you remember the dummies guides you used to make often?" Ye Xiu asked. "I do," Luo Jai nodded. "Your current control has the same flaws as your guides for dummies. They don't tolerate mistakes and deviations," Ye Xiu said. Oh, Luo Jai immediately understood what Ye Xiu was getting at. He thought of when his opponent had used Dragon Breaks the Ranks to break through his summons. In his calculations, that opening wasn't something this opponent had the ability to grasp. But his opponent had broken past his own limits, achieving a hand speed and mechanics he wouldn't have been able to usually. Thus, what Luo Jai had thought wouldn't happen happened, and his playstyle didn't have any way to make up for this. It seemed like his calculations regarding his opponent's ability wasn't comprehensive enough. However, just as Ye Xiu had said, a person's condition would fluctuate and change. Even they themselves would be incapable of controlling this. It was impossible for another to completely account for this in their calculations. "Then what do I do?" Luo Jai asked. "The best way is, of course, to refine your playstyle further," Ye Xiu replied. Luo Jai felt a headache coming on. He naturally understood this reasoning. More refined attacks, harder to counter attacks that would naturally allow him to suppress and defeat his opponents. The problem was that his ability was limited. He could only refine his playstyle within the boundaries of his talent. This best way was something he couldn't choose, or else he'd have tried ages ago. "If you can't refine everything, then what about smaller parts?" Ye Xiu then said. "Partly refine. Consider Mo Fan," Ye Xiu suggested. Luo Jai was stunned for a moment. What did Mo Fan have to do with this? Currently, Mo Fan was already on the stage for the third individual match. The projection and the big screen were both playing the scenes of his and his opponent killing each other. Whoosh! A rapid 5-part combo had Deception's opponent floundering. "I'll probably never be able to accomplish that," Luo Jai thought to himself. However, Deception, after a few impressive combos, quickly fled the area. Luo Jai naturally knew why Mo Fan's playstyle was like so, and thus instantly realized why Ye Xiu wanted him to consider Mo Fan. Ye Xiu meant that for certain controls, Luo Jai might not be able to refine completely, but some simpler actions were things that he could definitely master with his current ability. Rebuilding his offensive system through fully utilizing these actions he could master. Luo Jai felt like he was beginning to understand. All this time, he had been referencing guides, learning all sorts of summoner knowledge. He already knew what he should learn, what he should master. Therefore, what he needed to do now was find the things that were most suited to him, the things he could do the best in. Just like deciding on the 4-beast style, he had to choose what suited him the most. It was time he wrote a dummy's guide for himself. "I understand," Luo Jai nodded. Ye Xiu smiled. Speaking with smart people was always the easiest. Just look at Luo Jai and then consider Mo Fan, who was currently on stage. Okay, he'll admit, speaking to Mo Fan wasn't all a waste, but getting steamed bun with his unique brain structure and planes of thinking to understand was truly harder than hard. After the individual matches, the group arena soon ended. Mo Fan had claimed victory for the third individual match, and the group arena saw the powerful formation of Tang Ru, Suma Cheng and Fang Rui successfully defeating Miracle, giving them a 4-1 lead as they entered the team competition. In the team competition, Happy had everyone shocked, fielding Fang Rui, Suma Cheng, Tang Ru, Kaio Yifan, and Wenyi and Steamed Bun. They had let Ye Xiu rest for a round. Holy crap! Before anyone else reacted, Miracle, who was fielding all their core members, expressed their discontent first. Miracle had 3 previous excellent era members. They believed that they had a comprehensive understanding of Ye Xiu, of Suma Cheng, and of their teamwork. Last time, Happy had swept them 0-10. Thus, this time, they had made even more preparations. They had carefully honed their tactics to deal with Ye Xiu and Suma Cheng, determined to win back their points on Happy's home turf. Yet then, Ye Xiu wasn't even participating in the team competition this round. Was this Ye Xiu looking down on them? Miracle's little group felt somewhat offended, but then, thinking back on the time they were with Ye Xiu in excellent era, when had the other ever looked down on anyone? No matter how weak, he'd never do that. He would only mock them. No matter how strong the opponent, he'd always manage to find something to mock them for. So was this a way of mocking them? The three considered it again. However, not playing a match didn't seem like Ye Xiu's method of mockery. The three were distressed. They should have been laughing in delight at their opponent's strongest player not being fielded, but Miracle treated this as some sort of hateful, despicable thing. Nothing was more painful than dedicating yourself to rehearsing and practicing, but then finding out right before going on stage that it was no longer necessary. The show had been changed. Absolutely shameless. Miracle's three brothers felt anger burning inside them. Even so, we can't lose, He Ming said to the players about to go on stage. Then he saw Guo Shao's confused blinking. He Ming immediately realized his words seemed off. Even so what? With his tone and wording, it was like without Ye Xiu, their opponents just got stronger. That wasn't right at all. Ye Xiu was Happy's core. Without him on the field, Happy's overall strength would only decrease, not increase. Ahem, He Ming cleared his throat, trying to figure out what to say. If Senior Ye Xiu isn't being fielded, then does that mean our tactic is useless? Guo Shao's words struck them straight in the gut. Yes. However, without Ye Xiu, their strength will definitely be affected. This is our chance. He Ming used this to turn them back on track. What should we do then? Guo Shao asked. He Ming short-circuited. This was because the current situation was truly the worst. Their pre-match practice was all about dealing with Ye Xiu, completely ignoring this possibility. Who would have thought that after 27 rounds on the 28th with them, Ye Xiu would decide to do this? Miracle's pre-match preparations were all for nothing, and they couldn't really come up with any detailed plan on what to do. Focus on, He Ming looked through Happy's lineup. Kaio Yifan. This name suddenly popped out. Yes, Kaio Yifan, He Ming nodded, saying with confidence. Chapter 1340 Wind Howl's New Playstyle. Chapter 1340 Wind Howl's New Playstyle. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami. He Ming was the 6th player when he was at excellent era. Players of this position were generally suddenly switched in while the two sides were deep in conflict, so they had to have the ability to read the situation and immediately understand what was happening, thus allowing them to join in and come to their teammates' aid as soon as possible. He Ming usually played this position in excellent era, so his abilities in regards to this were considerable. Judging the situation, observing the tactics, he was rather good at all that. So who should they focus on first out of Happy's current lineup? Cleric Little Cold Hands. Often considered Happy's weakness, Happy's cleric was usually the main focus of other teams in the team competition. However, precisely because of this, Happy would often have a very meticulous plan to protect their cleric. The teams who tried to attack Happy from this direction would often get led around by the nose instead, using the opponent's strategy against them. That was something Ye Xiu simply loved to do. Of the 4 master tacticians, Ye Xiu was definitely the one with the most sophisticated plans and schemes, no matter if it came to his sheer experience or simply his style. As the glory textbook, he could put himself into another's shoes and predict a lot of possible strategies his opponents would use and counter them. Thus, any team of which he was a part of, if you didn't have absolute confidence in being able to take advantage of an obvious weakness, it was best to leave it be. Miracle was currently a new team, not any sort of powerhouse, and He Ming naturally didn't have enough confidence to challenge the traps Ye Xiu had laid. Thus, the choice Little Cold Hands was thrown out. Apart from that, Suma Cheng. They were familiar with Suma Cheng from a teammate's perspective, but Suma Cheng was a launcher. For ranged fighters, if they wanted to use screen cannon, they could often stay out of the main battlefield. If they targeted her, the entire team might get kited around and thus fall to a heavy disadvantage. This wasn't a good breakthrough point. Then Fang Rui, master of dirty play. This nope, never mind, He Ming thought to himself. A tricky and cunning opponent like that wasn't one a young, new team like them could deal with. Then there was Tang Ru, the fearsome battle mage. Even if her reputation had taken a hit, no one dared to underestimate her actual skill. Just now, in the group arena, Tang Ru had gone first and had almost managed to wipe out two of Miracle's players. Though she had yet to defeat a god, her aggression meant that she definitely had the ability to pin an opponent like a god-level player. If they targeted Tang Ru, they might end up pinned by her, unable to escape. Thus, looking over Happy's starting lineup, it seemed that Kyo Yifan was the only choice for a breakthrough. Plus, his ghost chaining was very dangerous. Dealing with him first would mean to alter the battle situation entirely. Let's go. With limited time, He Ming quickly adjusted their tactics a little before leading the team on stage. At the same time, at another much-anticipated match, Wind Howl vs 301 Degrees had already entered the team competition stage. In the 1v1s, the two teams had ended up with a 4-1, Wind Howl taking the lead on their home turf and only losing 1 point. As for the team competition afterwards, man-to-man, Wind Howl seemed to have tasted the sweetness of this strategy after their victory against Blue Rain. For them, who didn't have any sort of high-end strategy at the moment, dividing the opponent and conquering them through isolating the match into 5 1v1s which depended on individual strength seemed like a good choice. Of course, Wind Howl wasn't naive enough to think that 301 Degrees wouldn't be watching out for this strategy after that last match. When the match begun, Wind Howl, very uncharacteristically, didn't charge right for the center of the map. This was something extremely rare after Tang Hao had become the captain. Wind Howl used their map advantage for their home game and split up, preparing to observe 301 Degrees from the flanks. After approaching, they saw that, as expected, 301 Degrees was on guard against their man-to-man offense they had used against Blue Rain. The characters of 301 Degrees were all standing closer together than usual. Every character could assure that they'll have at least 2 other characters' support. If they charged right in, they probably wouldn't be able to tear their team apart. However, since Wind Howl had been expecting their opponents to be on guard against this, they naturally had their own way to deal with it. This week, Team Wind Howl had focused on practicing how to dismantle an opponent in a formation primed for teamwork and support, tearing them apart into one-on-ones. After observing 301 Degrees' current formation, they quickly communicated their plans in their team channel, and then Wind Howl's characters charged out from the sides. Brawler Demon Subduer, Elementalist Beautiful Light, Spellblade Total Darkness, Chi Master Chi Breaker, Thief Doubtful Demon. 5 classes, no healer. Wind Howl had once again executed this daring strategy. Demon Subduer, Tyrannical Chain Punch. Tang Hao's Demon Subduer was the first to lunge. For this skill, shoving the opponent onto the ground was equal to a grab, a very powerful control. Chi Breaker, Cloud Grasping Fist. Guo Yang had truly met an opportunity at Wind Howl this season, though his current Chi Master character, Chi Breaker, was rather weak. Although this was that powerful Chi Master of Excellent Era's glorious past, when the Challenger League happened, Excellent Era didn't have a Chi Master character, and so this character wasn't upgraded with the big update. It wasn't until Wind Howl bought the character for a low price, a Excellent Era's clearance sale, that its equipment began to be upgraded, so it was natural that it was a little behind. However, for Guo Yang, this was the character he was most familiar with, one he had used for years, and it was much smoother than the character Windhowl had given him last year. Although Windhowl hadn't had the best journey this season, he only got better with time and stabilized his position as the last member of Windhowl's team competition lineup. In the current Windhowl, apart from Ryu and Yonglin, all the players had changed from before. Right now, he cooperated with Tang Hao. Of the two fighters, one closed in and grabbed a target and the other snatched a target from afar. Afterwards, beautiful light began the cast for the Aya Heavenly Lightning Earth and Fire, while Liu Hao's Total Darkness sent wave sword after wave sword into 301 degrees formation. Lin Feng's Doubtful Demon, a battle thief that didn't care for dirty play, went into pursuit, using this opportunity to start isolating his own target. Windhowl's teamwork isn't bad, commentator Li Yibo called out. Team 301 degrees was clearly having some trouble reacting to Windhowl's offensive. Demon Subduer's attack should be dodged. Chi Breaker and Beautiful Light's attacks should be interrupted, but the two were far off. Total Darkness, Wave Sword attacks were sweeping into their team, cutting up their formation. Everything had occurred simultaneously, and there wasn't enough time for giving orders. In these situations, they could only rely on their teamwork and synchronization, on the reactions of the individual team members. However, 301 degrees weakness was unfortunately exposed. Their team had their new core member join during the winter transfer window, and their strategy had gone through a metamorphosis. Though they were doing well, it didn't change the fact that they were still in a transitional period, still trying to get familiar with one another. Thus, in a situation that necessitated a high level of synchronization between team members, where they had to be able to divide up their workloads, they erred. Chi Breaker's cloud-grasping fist wasn't interrupted, and Night Tide was pulled out of the formation. Tide was originally using his shield to shield his teammates from Total Darkness wave swords, preventing their formation from being ruined. But with him dragged off, Total Darkness wave swords reached their formation, and 301 degrees formation scattered as the team members dodged. Lin Feng's Doubtful Demon took the opportunity to dart in, using a staggering blow to Dizzy Gao Jai's stellar sword. Though Demon Subduer's tyrannical chain punch had been dodged, Demon Subduer managed to grab 301 degrees Paladin, Sun Mingjin's 007, and throw him out of the formation in the confusion. Currently, 301 degrees formation had been completely destroyed. They hurriedly tried to adjust, but the weakness in their lacking synchronization once again surfaced. In the blink of an eye, they were thrown to a dire disadvantage. In the end, Windhowl won, which surprised many. No one would have thought that the 301 degrees that everyone was nervous about facing, having been reborn after the winter transfer window with a new set of tactics, would lose to a team like Windhowl, who was seen as weak. After Blue Rain, 301 degrees, too, if succeeding the first time was just because they had it easy by catching their opponents off guard. But this time 301 degrees had clearly been on guard against this playstyle of Windhowl's, yet in the end, they still didn't manage to defend against it. Team Windhowl acted swiftly, precisely, utilizing this man-to-man offensive to its fullest. I believe that we can reignite our hopes for this team. They seem to have found the style that suits them, Li Yibo commented post-match. But wouldn't just one playstyle be too simple? Pan Lin wondered aloud. One playstyle can be used in many different ways. I believe that Team Windhowl won't just stop here. They'll definitely continue to practice and perfect this playstyle. Of course, this doesn't mean that we can say for certain that they don't have any other strategies. In any case, this playstyle is a good new addition to Team Windhowl's strategies. In the future, whenever a team faces Windhowl, they'd have to be on guard for this and will have to practice countering this. This, in and of itself, is already one way to hinder their opponents, Li Yibo explained. You're too right. And this is where Wind Howl and 301 Degrees match ends. This match really was fast. Currently, all other matches are still fighting their team competitions. This live broadcast was surprisingly quick to end, and the broadcasting channel was probably adjusting the plans for the time they had left over. The match had ended, but the broadcast was continuing. Panlin and Li Yibo then turned the match broadcast into a talk show. Hey, we can take a look at the other matches, Li Yibo suggested. Wait, Panlin merely took a glance before he cried out. Ye Xiu didn't appear in the team competition between Happy and Miracle. Oh, how come? We didn't get any news of this. Is he hurt or did he fight in the individual competitions? Li Yibo asked, rapid fire. He did fight in the individual competition, continuing his streak. Panlin looked over the information. Huh, Luo Ji's appeared to play in this round. Li Yibo was stunned for a moment. Sending up rookies for experience, their team's core player Ye Xiu not playing. Does Happy think that their position in the playoffs are secured and they can treat the remaining matches as training for their troops?